Mm-hmm. Hey, David, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, loud and clear.
Oh, yeah, perfect. So, well, I believe finally we are back on track. So,
Excellent.
Still waiting for Craig to join us.
No problem.
Oh, yeah. Just hold on, I'll ask Anastasia. Okay, so she's just sending him a link to join us. We are sorry, guys, one more time. So for those who want to follow us on YouTube, here is a video. I've just shared it, the new one, and okay, we see Craig. Hi, Craig. We are really sorry that using any third-party software. It's just like besides Google, but it might happen with Google as well. We are really sorry, but so David, I believe you're going to handle everything further. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks for that. Cheers. Hello again, Craig.
Yeah.
We're back. We're live on air. We had a few issues with the WebDram software there. That means we had to reboot a few things and give a few things a kick. But yes, we're back. We're live with Craig Campbell, and you're going to be going through some talk about SEO within the e-commerce area.
Yeah.
So the screen is yours. Go for it.
No worries. I will just get my screen share up.
Sure.
Is that working fine? Can you see my screen?
I've still got you. Oh no.
Hello.
Hello, Cosmin. We're not ready for you, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Wait, it's all right. We got some time to. I think we'll just wait for Craig to share his screen.
Is it working?
I've still got you. As fabulous as that is.
Screen share.
Ah.
Is that us now?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so my name's Craig. I'm based in Glasgow. Been doing SEO for 15 years, and I'm going to talk you guys through some basic e-commerce issues that I've come across in the past and how I work with e-commerce websites. So the first thing is, obviously, when you're starting out in business, you need to choose the correct platform for your business. And there's a number of different e-commerce platforms you can choose from, such as WooCommerce, Magento, Shopify, and some of the other open source platforms that are free to use. There are some benefits to using certain ones. The two or three, I'm going to talk about three just now, just as platforms. Shopify is a decent platform to use for those of you just looking to start out and add a few products and keep your costs down. They've got kind of templates on there that allow you to have quite a professional looking website. And between WooCommerce and Magento, it really depends on how many products you plan on selling. WooCommerce for me is it's a plugin that goes with WordPress. Is the fastest and easy to use e-commerce platform there is on the market. However, if you are selling tons of products, like thousands of products, you're probably better going to a much more stable e-commerce platform like Magento. And that is probably for a business that's selling hundreds or thousands of products. It's built for e-commerce, whereas WooCommerce is just a plugin. And it's the most professional platform that there is out there. But there is costs, additional cost to using Magento. It is very hard on a server. You have to have the appropriate server. It's got to be optimized because it can end up running quite slowly. So make sure that you do choose the best platform for your business. Most of these ones that I've listed here are SEO friendly to some degree. WooCommerce and Magento are the ones that I would recommend anyone uses, but the others all do a good job as well. So the next thing is, yes.
Please, would you be able to put the presentation on full screen? Because we've got your slides down the side and the transitions over.
Give me a second.
I shouldn't have said anything. We've lost your slides now.
No, can you see the full screen now?
I can see your entire screen. The slides are still quite small. Can you expand that out? There we go. That's it.
Right,
Website speed.
Just need to go back. Right. So the hosting platform and location. This is something that people will debate. For me, as a UK-based guy, if I've got people that come to me talking about ranking well in the UK, and I get customers coming to me who have got their websites hosted in the US and things like that, and I firmly believe, I've done a lot of testing, and I firmly believe that where your website's hosted does have quite a big impact on your rankings. Obviously, if you've got a .com domain name and you're hosting in the US, then you are kind of showing Google that you are a kind of US-based website, and trying to rank in the UK is just that little bit harder. So making sure that you've got the correct hosting and the location of the server where you are hosted is quite important. It's always, when using an e-commerce website, quite important that your website loads quick enough. And it's also wise to have a hosting provider that does do backups and things like that on the server that you choose to be on as well. And as I said earlier, if you're using Magento, make sure you get a server that's optimized for Magento, because some of these websites just don't work very well on certain servers. And it's the same with WooCommerce and WordPress. They don't really work as efficiently on a Windows server. So make sure that you are choosing the correct hosting platform and it is in the correct location, as I feel that that's quite a key mistake that many people make, and it gives me a harder job to do when trying to rank them. Now, the next big thing when you're starting out with your e-commerce business is doing the appropriate research. Now, that can be researching for your pages and your products, or even kind of long tail keywords for blog topics and whatnot. And there are a couple of tools out there that I would tend to use, SEMrush and SERPstat. Both of those tools give you the keyword data that you need, and they can also help you with analysing competitors and much bigger detail. So you want to obviously use these kind of tools. Research for blog topics or long tail keywords, you can use any of these tools to do that. You also want to avoid keyword cannibalization. Now, what that means is that there's so many e-commerce websites out there that have a specific product, and basically a product is a page on your website, and some of the people I've come across in the past have had different, it's the same product but different URLs, all target the same kind of keyword, and the only variation is color or size. And when you start to have multiple pages targeting the same keywords, then that leads to kind of confusion with Google as to what page on your website is the most relevant and the one it wants to rank. So that is something you want to try and avoid, and it's sometimes quite common on e-commerce websites. You can't avoid it unless you start to do some technical stuff. So you want to avoid that. And obviously the tools there, SEMrush and SERPstat, you can do competitor analysis on anything to do with their website, whether that's backlink analysis, seeing what kind of paid search they're doing, and various other things. On there, there's loads of tools that you can go through just to see what your competition are up to. And you want to continue with those processes on an ongoing basis. It's not something you just do and stop. It's always wise to continue to monitor and research and make sure that you are targeting the keywords on your website appropriately. The next thing I would do, having done all that, is a site audit to an e-commerce website. Both tools that I mentioned previously do have auditing features. Screaming Frog is another well-known tool out there that many SEO people use, and it basically crawls your website and gives you feedback on things that are not right on your website. You obviously want to fix any broken links or 404 errors, doing the appropriate redirects to a page that's actually live. Now that can happen for a number of different reasons. Maybe your products have discontinued with your supplier and things like that, and you just simply delete the product. What that does is give Google a 404 error, and you want to, if you're doing things properly, you want to do the appropriate redirect to the next appropriate page or the category or whatever you might choose to do. It also, when doing a site audit, it gives you whether you have duplicate titles or missing titles or anything like that, images, image tags, stuff like that. You want to tidy all that kind of stuff up on your website and eliminate any kind of duplicate content and stuff like that. There are other minor errors that you will be able to resolve by doing a site audit. And the site audit is something I would tend to do on an ongoing basis, because there can be a number of different reasons why you get these kind of errors, and you want to just tidy them up, keep all the boxes ticked for Google, basically. So it's wise to do that. The next thing is website speed. Now, any e-commerce website that takes probably 3 seconds or more to load is likely to be abandoned by a customer. No one's going to wait about hoping that your website does load. You can use a tool such as Pingdom out there to kind of test your website speed, and that will give you, obviously what speed the website's going at, and then you would need to kind of optimize the website and reduce file sizes and maybe upgrade your server if need be, if it's possibly just a slow server you're on. But there are many ways to increase your website speed, which obviously help with e-commerce, because over the years we look at analytics and whatnot, and you can see abandoned carts and stuff like that, and all that kind of stuff can be seen through Google Analytics. And I would probably say a lot of that is down to slow load speed. So you want to keep on top of the speed of your server. I feel that's quite important. And then you go on to your kind of on-site SEO. This area is as important, if not more important than link building. You have to make sure that the keywords that you're looking to target are on the website, whether that's through the page title, headers, subheaders, content, product descriptions, image tags, meta title and description, and the URLs. Now, URLs on e-commerce websites, you'll probably see the domain name / and a whole load of numbers and filters and categories and all that kind of stuff, which is not pleasing in the eye. You probably want to have search engine friendly URLs, having the product name on there, or whatever is the most appropriate thing to have on there. Your meta title and description, the title tag is something that's essential. It's supposed to be 60 characters long maximum, and you want to make sure that you have that in full use for any page on your website. The meta description is obviously the 160 character snippet that's seen when you search for a search term, when you search terms just below the website URL. You want to make sure that is enticing, sucks people in and makes them want to click on your page. You also want to make sure that you do tag all the images on your website appropriately. Google can't see images, so it uses this, that tag to determine what that image is about. Product descriptions, you have to make sure that these are as descriptive as possible about the product. Many e-commerce websites have a line or two of text, which is not, good SEO. You want to make sure that those product descriptions are filled in the best way possible. And the content on the page, with e-commerce websites, I've had customers say, I don't want a whole load of text and then my products. There are ways you can, the content has to be on the website regardless, because that's what Google crawls. And for a good SEO campaign, you want to make sure that you have a decent amount of content on there, whether it's just a read more thing that expands for people to see more information should they need be, then that's what you want to have. And obviously you've got your header tags on there, headers and subheaders. You want to keep those all kind of relevant to the page and products on any given web page, all with a view to kind of targeting your range of keywords that you're looking to target. There are other on-site factors to consider. You first of all want the user experience for any e-commerce website to be as simple and easy as possible for the customer. You'll see many people out there talking about user experience, this, that, and the next thing, and it's obvious that people have to have a good experience on the website in order to buy your products, and that can be just simple tweaks there, just to help people process their order quick and easy without going through big forms to fill in and all that kind of stuff. Other things like your website being mobile friendly, vital in this day and age. The stats out there, people are saying up to 60% of people are shopping on mobile devices. It's probably correct. Not for every website, but most people are, it's probably 50 to 60% on average across the websites I work with. And people are on their iPads and stuff like that, and some e-commerce websites just do not look good on an iPad and things like that. So you want to adjust that if it's not already built. Saying that, in this day and age, when websites are built, mobile friendly is something that you should expect as standard, in my opinion. You also want to probably have an SSL certificate. Some customers probably wouldn't know what that is, others do. It just buys, it's the kind of padlock you see at the top next to your URL. You want to have an SSL certificate. It buys trust, and your card details are not going to just go into some bogus person's email address or whatever. When it's done with the encryption and stuff like that, then your card details are safe. You also want to probably have customer reviews as well on your e-commerce website. A lot of people do look at reviews of products. Myself, I do it, if I'm on anywhere, Amazon or whatever, buying something, I'll always look at reviews. It's the same with any website. You want to see what other people are saying about those products. So you want to try and somehow get customer reviews going onto the e-commerce website. It certainly buys trust and things like that, and will help you with conversions. And you also have social media integration that you would want on your website. You want to probably do deals and offers and stuff like that on Twitter or whatever. I mean, there's no right or wrong answer here, but obviously social media has a huge amount of people on those platforms, and a lot of business can be won by having that integration with your website and posting about deals and offers and all the usual stuff that you would get on social media. Some additional tips, and these are just things that I've found over the years that cause problems SEO wise. Now, having an e-commerce website, you're going to have a huge amount of products on there, and the case with some of the people I've worked with in the past, for example, a stationery company that had 20,000 products, and the price from the suppliers, the price list from the suppliers was updated every week. And we basically got a CSV file sent over on a Monday morning, and we uploaded that to the website. Now, what that basically does is it adds new products and all that kind of stuff, and it's all good and well, very quick and easy. However, that CSV file was going out to, you know, hundreds of other online stationers, and so everyone there had the same content on their website. So when you're using product descriptions from suppliers and things like that, you need to get the finger out and put unique content on there. Sometimes it's not feasible, but where possible, you have to do it, especially for your kind of main landing pages or your category pages or whatever you have on your website. If not, then you're simply going to get filtered out by Google. They're not into unique content, and it's a massive, massive mistake to have that. Now, you can use no index tags and stuff like that to kind of tell Google not to index those pages that you're not wanting to write unique content for, but it's always advisable to make sure that you do that. You want to have unique title tags on all your pages. Many people have the same repetitive title tag on certain categories and whatnot. You want to try and keep them as unique as possible, because obviously when doing a site audit, it does flag up that, you know, you've got duplicate title tags and stuff like that. And you want to use the kind of robots text, the block areas that will cause duplicate content issues, such as archives, categories, and things like that. But that's obviously something for another time. You could go into technical SEO in great detail, but you can obviously block those areas out from the search engines being able to crawl them, and it will avoid the kind of duplicate content issues that many e-commerce websites have. You also want to, I said earlier, have keyword-friendly URLs, because it's massively important for the URLs to be keyword-rich where possible. And also another common mistake many e-commerce providers that I've come across come to me with is that they've no reviews, no nothing on there. It's just a website. And of course it can rank well, but there's a lot more to an e-commerce business than just simply ranking well. Obviously it's key to rank well, but obviously lack of product reviews and all that kind of stuff is just not going to help you with sales. And at the end of the day, that's why we have an e-commerce website, is to generate traffic and revenue for your business. So that's just some tips I've got for e-commerce SEO and some of the things that I've came across in the past that I think would be quite useful for someone who's new to e-commerce. You want to try and address these situations, and another time maybe I'll talk about, you know, some technical SEO stuff for e-commerce websites, which would run into another time, unfortunately. So that's basically my stuff for today. Obviously, if anyone's got any questions or anything like that, they can follow me on Twitter, get me on LinkedIn, or check out my website. All right.
That's great. Thank you very much, Craig. Just very wary of time at the moment, but very quickly, we did have a question about setting the keywords in the titles of URLs. Question came through in regards to larger websites, 100,000 plus URLs. Is there a simple or easier way to set those?
I would always recommend you do it manually. I'd love to say there is a tool that's going to go through and do all of that, but it's obviously when you have to do research and stuff like that to make sure you are doing it properly. I don't know of any tools that do it automatically, but I would always suggest manually do it. And if you put the time and effort in, it will pay off for you. There's no cheats, unfortunately. I would be the first man on it.
I think that pretty much sums up the world of digital marketing, especially SEO. It's about putting the hard work in and getting the returns that way. Thank you very much, Craig. Okay. We're now gonna, I think we have Cosmin coming up shortly, but for the morning session and from me as your host, I'm going to be saying goodbye. I'm going to be handing over to, I believe it's David Bain from Authoritas, who's going to be looking after you for the next few speakers. So thank you very much, Digital Olympians.
Thank you, David. Have a nice day. Thank you.
You too.
Hi, Kasmin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what a lovely t-shirt.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I have a pleasure. Meanwhile, we are waiting for our new host. I'll take this. I have a pleasure to introduce Kasmin, and I hope to see you, Kasmin, in Turkey as well. You'll be talking about?
Yeah, I'm
Tell us a
gonna
little
talk
bit.
about topics again, but I think in a new context. So I hope my conclusions and some solutions that we see to do this switch from keywords to topics, I hope to work and have an impact on our industry. So I will show you what I have. But one question, I'm really curious. So I'm glad that today I'm speaking at Digital Olympus, because today is Google's birthday, right? So did you on purpose chose this day, or was it just a coincidence?
Coincidence. Yeah, because that's the first time I heard from you about that. However, it's nice. So, like, you know, the things are connecting right now. So so I'm not going to steal your time. So go ahead, take the floor.
Okay.
Welcome on board one more time.
Let's see. I'm going to share my screen.
Yes.
So, can you see my screen?
Yeah, just could you please go to full screen mode?
I'm in full screen mode now.
Yeah, that will be perfect.
So if it's fine, I can start my presentation.
No, it's not yet full screen, what I believe.
1 second.
Yeah, what you can do, you can just stop sharing your screen and share your entire screen, and then so sometimes when you say, yeah, that works. Awesome.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with a recent story, a personal story of how I ended up using or experiencing the way Google understands topics, and that started. Oh, 1 second. Okay, so no, it's not gonna work like this. I will have to do it like that. Okay, so it started 1 month ago when I was on my way to climb Mont Blanc. I was 1 day from reaching the top, just starting to rest and regain the energies that I needed, because at 2 a.m. next day I had to start the final ascent. And it was about 5 p.m. when my wife called me and told me that she's going to give birth to our baby girl. So when I heard that, of course, I started to pack my stuff and to run down and get back home as fast as I could. So I had to run to catch this tram. There's a tram going to about 2,000 meters altitude. So I had to catch the last one in that day. I managed to do that, and while I was on the tram, I started to look for a flight. So I was going back to Chamonix, where all the adventures started, and the nearest airport to Chamonix was Geneva. But all the flights from Geneva to Bucharest were not really good options for me, because the earliest I could get was about 4 p.m. next day, so almost 24 hours from the moment I received the call. So I zoomed out and I saw that I also have Milano and Torino at about 300 kilometers away. So I started to research. Of course, I went to Google and I started to look for some options to get from Chamonix to Milan, as this would have been the next challenge. So even if they have this lovely widget that was telling me if you want to depart at 10 p.m. from Chamonix to Milan, the next bus is going to be at 8 a.m. next day. So obviously not an option for me. I started to look forward and to find alternatives. So I scrolled down and I saw the organic results. I was looking for some advice from Google, and none of these helped me solve my challenge. So I started to look naturally for different queries to search for train from Chamonix to Milan. And even if I changed the wording, I got the same result. And then bus from Chamonix to Milan, the same results. Then coach from Chamonix to Milan, the same 4 or 5 results, and many others. So I couldn't escape the same information sources. Google just was just giving me for anything that I was searching for. So actually what we can understand from this is Google understood my intent and he tried to give me his best options, even if I was just a bit annoyed about the same information because I was just trying to find more sources of information. To cut the story, I convinced a driver to spend his night and to drive me to Milano. But then I started to look back at my experience, and I was just thinking, it's been a while. We're preaching over and over again about topics over keywords. We already use the holistic page approach, and we know it works, and we have lots of tools for technical, the technical part of implementing the topic. But when it comes to research and thinking in topics, we're not doing that. We're still hooked by the old keywords, and it makes sense. But let's just take this conclusion, right? So if we look at what happened in my experience that I just shared with you, that's a very important behavior to be noticed by SEO, because what it says is that if you're not ranking for the entire topic, you're not going to rank for any individual keyword. So if we're not thinking in topics and we look at keywords, we're missing a lot. So let's take another example. Let's search for best time to book flights. So if we look at at this keyword, it has a search volume of 1,000. So it's 1,000 searches per month for this particular keyword, best time to book flights. But if we look at the entire topic, what we see is that we have about 100 keywords that have more than 50 searches per month. So they are relevant in a way, and that sum up about 22,000 searches per month. So from 1,000 to 22,000, there's a big difference in how we look at these particular keywords. Because if we happen to rank for best time to book flights, what's going to happen is that if we will rank for all of the keywords, right? So we can see here that it's either you rank #1 and you rank for all of them, or you don't rank #1 and you don't rank for all of them. So it's a very clear correlation. So going further, my belief is that we didn't shift our mindset from keywords to topics yet, and there's a good reason for that. We have to spend hours brainstorming and using different tools to do a relevant research, and we have lots of campaigns and lots of topics to research, and we need at least the keyword planner and Uber Suggest or an alternative and SEMrush and tools like that in order to do it. And it's like preaching to watch out for duplicate content without crawlers. we really need the tools in order to do the switch. So let's say we do it. Let's say we spend those hours, we do the research, we choose our opportunities in terms of topics, not only keywords. And then what do? We have to set some goals and to track progress. But if we look at some of the tools out there, we'll have to pay about $100 to monitor 2 or 3 small or narrow topics. That's not really scalable, and that's going to be expensive at some point. So it's way too expensive, right? We have to spend too much time, too many brain cycles, and too much money in order to really think, research, and measure topics. So we saw this pattern for at least 1 year, and we wanted to take the challenge. And today I'm really excited to introduce you to the Topic Explorer. We believe it's not just another keyword tool. It's something a bit different, and we hope it will help us do this transition from keywords to topics. So let me show you what you can find in it. So you will be able to see how many searches any given topic or niche has, because we can correlate semantically all the keywords that have relevant search volume with a particular topic, for any topic we are searching within the product. Second is that we can see where we stand today, because we have the visibility score and the ranks for each website. Then we can understand who is competing on the same topic, and again, how visible they are. And because we know their technology, we can understand which one is an e-commerce or a blog or a content website. So we'll be able to see the blogs and the publications that are ranking for the topic. And of course, we can see the seasonality of the topic as well. So it will enable us to do the following jobs quite easy: to research and measure topics, not only keywords, to understand where we stand today, to find who is competing. And I think we have what we need to improve our outreach process. So we can search for any topic, as narrow or broad as we want. We can go to something like sport shoes or leather shoes or whatever it is, like a niche or a market. And we can see the keyword list, the total search volume, the competitors, and the visibility score. For those who are not familiar with our visibility score, is a percentage, is a metric for saying that if we have a keyword list and we analyze the ranks and corresponding search volumes, we can get a percentage from 0 to 100, where 0 is where this percentage is like the impression rate on the entire search volume. So how many people from those 600,000 that search for sports shoes in the UK market are seeing your result, your particular website in the search results. And then we have this topical authority, which helps us understand the authority in a different way. It's not about links, it's about how visible a website is for a particular topic, and compared with the others, how big is the gap between them, who's more authoritative than other. Then we can add context. So we can put, for example, our website, which can be sportshoes.com, and we can add more context and say our direct competitor is sportsdirect.com. So I'd like to see only keywords from sports shoes topic where sportsdirect.com is already visible. And I'd like to get rid of cheap and sale terms, because we're not going to focus on any discount sale. And I can choose how deep we want the analysis to go, how many keywords we want to get. If we want more keywords, we will get maybe some of them will be a little less relevant than others. If we want to narrow it down to some really good keywords, we can just drag the slider in the left. And then we can continue our research, adding more competitors. We already order all the competitors by their visibility score on the topic and their topic authority. And we have two buckets here. We put them in the content bucket or the e-commerce bucket. If they are in e-commerce and we know their technology, or if they have a custom platform, we put them in e-commerce because most probably they will be competing with other e-commerces, while when we want to outreach for a specific topic, we would like to be visible on the websites that are already ranking on our particular topic, our targeted topic. Going further, we can look and explore the keywords, right? So we have the sports shoes topic, and because it's a broad topic, we can see keywords like good running trainers. So it's very important to notice that it's not, they are not connected, the keywords are not connected by their wording and the patterns that we see in how the keyword is composed, but just semantically. So they don't necessarily look similar, but they mean the same thing. And of course, if we go to a much narrower topic, we will be able to see something like what we saw earlier with our example with the best time to book flights, where we can see we also have here the cheapest month to fly as a result for the topic. So this will enable us to look at from a helicopter view at the topic instead of focusing on individual keywords. And I think this is what was the industry, what our industry needed in order to really switch our mindset from measuring and looking at only at keywords to something like a topic. Because it's really hard to do the research on thinking in topics with what we have right now. So because we just launched it yesterday, we are glad to have it in front of you today, and we'd like to give you a free access. I will remove this slide when I will upload the presentation. So it's important to take the code right now. You will have free access without any limitation at the moment. So take advantage on this product, and I hope it will help you gain a little competitive advantage and optimize your workflows. Thank you. I'm ready for some questions.
Thank you very much, Cosmin, for a great presentation. David, I believe you are muted. So I really want to hear you. But could you please unmute you inside Webinar Jam? So, Cosmin, meanwhile, we are waiting for David to join us. We have a couple of questions from our listeners. So, okay, that's the one I'll just read you. Hi, Cosmin. You have a really nice presentation and you covered a really nice question, but we're...
So that should be unmuted now.
Yeah,
Okay,
David,
great.
Great. Okay, then thank you. So I'll just read the question and then handle everything to you. So going back to question, and so, but we as digital marketers being asked by the employers at the end of the month how many keywords are ranking on the first page of search engines. So what is your thought on this question, and what we should reply?
Okay, that's a really good one. So it's our responsibility, I think, to shift the employers and the clients' mindset from having. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. From looking at how many keywords are ranking in top 10, so a quantitative way of measuring SEO success, to a more qualitative way of measuring success, like not only how many keywords, but how impactful the keywords are and the visibility on the keywords is on the business. So that's why we introduced the visibility score. So instead of telling our customers you have 100 keywords in top 10, we just tell them that only 20% of the searches that are done or that are made on the specific keyword list are generating impressions for them. So it's not only ranks, we transform this in the visibility score, like in the impression rate, and also how much traffic we can get from those rankings. So even if the ranks are the core indicator, we have to put layers of technology and transform those abstract numbers in something that a business owner or a client can really understand and perceive. It's something more tangible for them, like visits, like impressions, like conversions.
Great stuff. Okay, well, thank you so much, Cosmin. Great presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it was
Any
wonderful
other questions? No more questions?
Everyone is stumped by the information offered there in the presentation there, but it was a great offer there as well.
Cool.
So we've got two more speakers already queued up, ready to come on. But thanks so much for joining us. Great session, Cosmin.
Bye-bye.
Lovely. Okay, well, hello and welcome to the second session with no break of Digital Olympus. I'm David Baines, so Content Marketing Director for Authoritas.com, and I'll be your host for this session. So we've got 7 great speakers on this section, talking about topics including website migrations, biddable media, and also agility in search, just to name a few. But without further ado, let's find out about speaker number 1. So first up is a gentleman who is an experienced SaaS copywriter and content marketer. He's founder of usermagnet.io, a content marketing agency helping B2B SaaS companies grow their user base and generate quality leads with a targeted content marketing strategy. So welcome, Pavel Grabowski.
Hey everyone. Can you hear me?
Well, we can indeed hear you. So great to have you here, Pavel.
Cool.
Pavel's going to be talking about how to make your content easier to promote. So
yep.
I'll just pass straight over to you, Pavel.
Cool. Listen, David, thanks for the introduction. So I suppose this is the moment where we wrangle with the technology a bit. So let me see if everything works with the screen sharing. Can you see my slides now? Okay.
Yes, perfect.
You should see the title slide and. Okay, cool. So that works. Okay, there wasn't much wrangling. Good. Okay, guys, how to make your content easier to promote. Now, I'm sure you'll agree promotion actually makes content. You can write the best piece, offering the best advice, the most engaging create the most engaging content. But unless you actually get it to your target audience, well, it'll most likely flop. Nothing's going to happen. So for that reason, a lot of, I suppose, most content marketers would admit to be spending the majority of their time working on a piece on actual promotion. And it's not working. Okay, cool. I'm sure you've heard of the 80-20 rule, and it said that we should spend just 20% of the overall time, kind of content marketing time, on creation and the remaining time on the promotion. Now, I'm not sure if the division is really 80-20, but yes, promotion typically constitutes the biggest chunk of the process. But have you really wondered what happens in those 80% or in this promotion chunk? So let's have a look. So typically when you publish new content, you start by setting up some sort of social media cadence. Depends on which schedule you prefer. You might set up for the next 30 days, 45 days, etc. And then you can use different schedules for different social networks, etc. So this next, you typically send kind of email blast to your list saying, hey, we've published new content, etc. And again, you can use RSS based emails that they'll generate it automatically, or send a custom email, etc. Then you submit it to LinkedIn groups, or in our case, LinkedIn groups are a great avenue for promoting content because we work in B2B. But anyway, so you might be submitting it to any your equivalent of LinkedIn groups. You probably submit it to industry sites, like again, in our case, it's the inbound.org, growthhackers.com, SaaS.community, etc. Maybe you submit it to some directories. Then you might be, flicking through Quora questions, see if anybody's asking questions, that your content already provides answers for, and so you can write a quick answer and paste the link. You might be using some paid strategies as well. So, give content a little push on Facebook or Twitter, etc. But the trick is, all this doesn't actually make up the entire 80%. If you look at the way you work, you'll probably notice that this is actually a small chunk of this 80%. Social media cadences, very often marketers have them automated. So, we use different types of applications, co-schedule buffers, etc., to preset them even before the post goes live. Emailing the list, again, RSS emails make process pretty much automated, and so on. So what happens once we exhausted the typical checklist of things we do to promote content? We spend the rest of the time frantically trying to come up with any other strategy that could work. So here's the catch. All the things we typically do, they very quickly plateau. There's only so much content your social media is gonna do, so much traffic, your social media is going to deliver, unless your audience is growing really, really fast. The same goes for your list, and especially if it's automated, then you really don't have much control over the click-through rates and open rates, and so on. So yes, you can bump this traffic a little, as I said, spend more money on promotion, submit it to more LinkedIn groups, but sooner or later, you're just going to hit the ceiling. So then, because we need more traffic, we constantly need more traffic, we go online, look for new ways to to promote the content, see if anybody shared some great idea that could help us very quickly attract traffic. But when you look at this whole thing, you quickly realize one thing: nowhere in the entire process we actually ensure that our content is going to be easy to promote. So generally, we work by a very simple formula. We create and finish the content, and then we start promoting it. So we end up with a finished product, a beautiful, engaging piece of content, and providing great value to the audience. And then we look at it and go, okay, beautiful piece of content. How am I going to promote you now? What am I going to do? Okay, and that's what the big chunk of the 80% of the time goes for. So what you should be doing instead, what, for instance, we've been using at User Magnet, and I'm sure many other marketers do it too, so by all means, I'm not saying this is my original idea. However, it works, is actually start with the promotion. So what you should really be doing is planning the promotion first, figuring it out, what other things, apart from your standard checklist, those, the setting up social media cadences, emailing the list, etc., what other things you could do to promote the content, then create the content with those things, or at least one or two of them built in the content, and then you launch the promotion to a content that's already optimized for being promoted this way. So the proper formula for content promotion should be start with the promotion, then create content that includes whatever additional idea for promotion you want to use, and then launch the promotion. But by then your content is already optimized for it. Thank you, Master Yoda. So what I'm going to talk to you today are 4 strategies that'll make your content easier to promote. And the strategies I'm going to talk about are selecting and including the right influencers, and with the emphasis on the 3 last words, the right influencers. Okay, referencing tools, featuring other companies as examples, and finally creating custom visuals for the data. So let's begin. Selecting and including the right influencers. Look, we've all heard about influencer marketing. It's the big buzzword today, right? And there's some great stats that, you know, confirm it's working. 81% of marketers consider it effective. It's the fastest growing acquisition channel. 51% of marketers believe they get better customers from influencer marketing, and that's because the relationship began with trust in the influencer. And this is crucial for content marketing. It basically confirms that an influencer, someone your audience holds in high regard, sharing your content, when they share your content, they basically assign some of that, their authority and the trust the audience has in them to that content. So in other words, the audience is more likely to click or view that content. Okay, but here's the catch when it comes to influencer marketing. 75% of marketers struggle to identify the right influencers, and this pretty much this manifests itself very strongly in content marketing. First of all, we target random people. As I mentioned, once we exhaust the list of things we normally do to promote content, we start frantically looking for new ways to give our blog post or infographic a little push. So we start emailing people who maybe have shared something similar in the past, or maybe they didn't. Maybe they mentioned something online, or or we just literally target random people using different search engines to find anybody who potentially might be, more likely not, but maybe be interested in sharing this content. Okay, or we pick 2 big influencers. Now everyone would love, I don't know, Neil Patel or whoever else is on the top to share their content, but chances of you making there are pretty slim. Yet we try and waste time on this. Okay, we reach out to people who would never share our content. Again, we pick them at random because they share certain characteristics. Maybe they've shared someone else's content on a similar topic, etc. These people have never heard of you before. Chances are that if you tweet or email them, hey, can you share this content, they're just going to hit delete. And lastly, we email people who have no interest in our content. Again, okay? So what I'm going to show you today is how to promote content with influencer outreach by first selecting the right people and then doing something for them. So just literally to ensure they're going to share your content. So again, the standard formula for influencer outreach is to find an influencer and then send them an email or a tweet. What I'm going to show you is how to select the right person, do something for them, and by do something for them, I mean include them strategically in the content. I should have mentioned this earlier. Include them strategically in content and then outreach to them. Okay, so let's look at each step of the process. Selecting the right person. A common mistake I see with influencer outreach is basically picking up anyone who's remotely something in common with your audience. Okay, that's and I see it every day in my inbox. 5 years ago I posted something in an e-commerce niche, and now I get e-commerce infographics. But if these people looked into my profile, researched me a little, they would know I have nothing to do with the e-commerce audience. So even if I shared their content, it wouldn't reach their audience. It would just drum up the numbers of shares, but that's all. So the first thing, the right person is someone who communicates with the exact same audience as you, okay? Second of all, it has to be someone you can access ideally by email. Now, I have nothing against social media outreach. However, personally, I didn't have much success with it. I believe in good old email, in sending an influencer a personalized email. And again, I'll show you in a second what information we include there to make it work. Okay, so ideally, you must have some sort of access to them directly. So again, you're not, even if it's email, it's not their company email, it's a personal email. Okay, and apps like Email Hunter make it very easy to find someone's email address. However, if you can't, then at least at User Magnet internally, we don't include that in influencer. They just get off the list because we can't reach them. Okay, and the lastly, they should have a strong opinion that you can include and reference. And this is, again, important. Yes, you can mention someone by name, you can link to their piece, etc. But I believe it's not a strong enough reference to make them share your content, to get them to share your content. However, if they have a strong opinion on something and you include it, they'll be very likely to, to help you share the content. So what do I mean by doing something for them? I mean, again, I've already mentioned, it's all about strategically including influencers in content, and that means quoting them directly. If you don't have a quote, it could be a reference, but ideally include a quote. Reference their site, not only the blog post you lifted a quote from, but literally tell the audience who they are. And again, as the third point mentions, introduce them to your audience. So instead of saying, Pavel said this, or Pavel from User Magnet said this, Pavel from User Magnet, a content marketing agency, said this. It's a very powerful reference, and it just basically helps you position that quote very strongly for them. So finally, you outreach those people. Again, this is what we do. We mention the reference. We send, of course, the link to the content. We describe why we picked the reference. So it's not just, hey, I quoted you in my piece, here's the link, please share the content. Doesn't really work. But if you mention the reference, so hey, I quoted you in my latest piece, or ideally I quoted you on this or that in my latest piece, here's the link, and here's why I did it. Because, and you can say things like, because your quote helped me to highlight the point I was trying to make, and I knew my audience wouldn't listen to me, but I know they would listen to you, etc. And finally, outline what you did for them in the content, which means mention that you quoted them, you reference and link to the site, and introduce them to your audience. So if anybody wanted to find out more about them, you've provided the avenue to do that. So that's the first method of actually preparing the content for easy promotion. Okay. Second one, referencing tools. And guys, the number one thing every online tool needs is visibility. Simply, every tool wants the audience to notice them or get introduced to new audiences. They also want investors to spot them. And finally, they want social proof. They want to place those logos as featured in logos on their homepage, for instance. And you can use any startup's need for visibility to drive more traffic to your content. So again, you can mention their tool in context. When you're offering advice, you can mention, here's the tool that you could use to, achieve certain effect. And we've seen that in presentations, so far. Like, many of my colleagues mentioned tools, and that's a great way to embed a tool very naturally, but you can then outreach and ask the tool for help with promoting your content. Okay, again, highlight it as a solution to a specific problem, for solving a specific problem. And lastly, you don't even have to mention the tool actually or link to them. Include screenshots of their interface or the results they generate, the reports, whatever suits in the content. That's a very great mention and of a tool without actually having to push their name. Okay. And again, the best tools to target in these situations are smaller and growing because they need visibility. Asking, in featuring FreshBooks, as much as I love them, I know if I did, they probably wouldn't respond to my email, asking them for shares. However, smaller and growing tools, they need visibility. They need it badly. So they're very likely to help you out promoting the piece because they're actually promoting themselves. Again, your founders have to be accessible over email. Now, it's either founders or whoever is the person who would make the call to push your content on social media. Now, I know, again, some people use Twitter for outreach, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Personally, I prefer to send an email to the person, explain why they use the tool, and maybe say something nice about the tool, and ask them for help with sharing, and that always works. Okay, and of course they need to target or provide solutions for a similar audience as yours, obviously. Now, one last thing, try out the tool before referencing it to be able to place it in context. It's kind of obvious, but it's worth mentioning anyway. Featuring other companies as examples. Now, businesses love visibility too, but they also like links. They like brand mentions, and they like acknowledgement. They like someone online to mention, hey, these guys are doing great thing. And you can use that, again, to promote content. So when writing, especially practical content, guides, or if you're trying to teach an audience to solve a specific problem and you're offering, again, a specific solution, include examples of companies that did what you described. And again, these companies must be relevant to your industry or niche. If you're writing for the IT industry, using examples of food companies or e-commerce stores might not necessarily cut it. Okay, again, these companies must be accessible over email, and ideally their founders or whoever is responsible for their social media management. And they have to correctly utilize the strategy or advice you're describing in the content, which means it's not like their example sort of falls into the, what you're saying. It has to be the exact solution. Okay, so because the audience very quickly can spot that, that there's something wrong with that example. Okay, and finally, creating custom visuals for the data. Now, guys, I'm sure you know the web's gone visual. There's plenty of stats that prove it. I've just pulled out a few, but there's 46% of marketers say photography is critical to their current marketing. 34% of them select visual assets as their more important content, and content relevant images gets 94% more views, etc. And here's the catch. If you want more people to share and promote your content, create custom images, particularly to support any data you reference. So in other words, a lot of the time we install image sharing buttons, tools, and then we feature stock photography or someone else's visuals. Now, there is a chance audiences will share it, but there's a greater chance if for that happening if you create a custom image for your data. So instead, simply pulling out someone else's graphs, charts, and putting them into your post, do this. Now, just a quick disclaimer: the 75% market, that's a completely made-up example. Stats, that's not validated data. But anyway, find a piece of find a statistic you want to use, or pick one. There are plenty of small design tools like Snapback, Canva, etc. that allow you to create nice graphics and turn that data into a custom visual. And again, good reasons for doing so. Visual content is more than 40 times likely to get shared. 71% of online marketers use visual assets in their social media marketing, etc. I'm sure you've seen all these stats before, but here's the catch. The benefits of creating custom images are shares. Yes, people will share your graphs. They, again, as the stats have proved, and I've seen this behavior over and over. They're more likely to share it because it's engaging. It's something you've created. Now, links. Professionals always reference image sources. We do it all the time. If we use someone's image, we reference the source. So if you create your own custom visual for the data, whoever is using it will reference you as an image source. They might reference the original source of the data, but they'll reference you as the image source. So you end up with more links. And finally, you end up with more visually appealing content. It's content that's branded, that's yours. Okay, so that's it. A quick recap. We spent 80% of time on promotion, but nowhere in the process we ensure that our content is easy to promote. To promote content, we should start by planning the promotion first, then creating content, and finally launching the promotional campaign. And the best ways to embed promotion into your content are referencing the right influencers, mentioning tools or companies as examples, and creating custom visuals for the data. All right, guys, that's it from me. So if you have any questions.
Oh, thank you so much, Paweł. That was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I mean, I've certainly taken lots of notes on that. If anyone's got any questions, feel free to share them in the chat there. I'm particularly interested in your 80-20 stat there, Pavel. Is that something that you think is relevant for every industry out there, that most industries need to be focusing a whole lot more time on promotion than they do in producing the content?
Well, the catch is that the 80-20 stats, it's a stat that does its rounds around the internet. It's not something I came up with. However, yes, I did think that in these times we need to spend more time on promotion. However, what I just described, the 4 methods, they actually cut the promotion time by, well, a lot. So you basically include just 1-2 elements into your standard checklist, promotional checklist, but because a lot of the preparation work happens before and when you create the piece, it actually cuts the time to promote. So my point is, yes, we do spend the 80 or whatever 70% time of promotion, but we don't utilize this time well. So,
and there's also a question from Raluca in the chat saying, when is it okay to ask the influencer to share your content? So I guess they're saying, do you just try and actually have that one initial conversation with them before asking them to share your stuff, or do you need to build up a better relationship with them first?
No, actually, the way we do it and the way I describe, I'm just gonna pull back the slide to go back to that slide. I'm sorry. This is that by picking the right people and including them strategically, you don't have to build that relationship first, because you're actually the one who's doing something for them, not the other way around. It's almost like the law of reciprocity. You're doing something. You're providing. You're helping them. You're promoting them pretty much. These people, you're promoting these people, and then you just ask for something very small in return. Just, if you have the time, could you help us promote it, share it, etc. But it's not like, so the common outreach email I receive is, hey, we've done this fantastic piece, we love it, this is the best thing we've ever done, and our audiences just go crazy about it, please share it. I'm like, right, and literally what's in it for me? Like, as much as I love your content, I don't even know who you are. So in this case, yes, you probably need some relationship with an influencer to pull something like that off. However, if you go and say, hey, David, listen, I quoted you on this and that in my latest post. Here's the link if you want to have a look. And listen, I absolutely agree with what you said. This, etc., etc., etc. And your quote helped me to kind of reaffirm my point, or again, I said just something like that. And then you say, and listen, if it's okay, if you could just help us a little with promoting it, if you could share it to your audience, but literally no pressure, then I think it's okay. I think you can do it like almost like send it's a cold email. So yes, you could send a cold email like that, but you're basically saying, hey, I actually promoted you, and I included your website, and I introduced you to our audience. It's just, I don't know, if you have the time, if you could help us share it, then
wonderful.
I would really appreciate it. So.
Great, and I loved your advice actually about promoting smaller and growing tools as well, yes, because they're much more likely to latch on to a tweet or just any mention that they have had about their brand. They're more likely to as well.
And plus, you get to develop relationship with them. The amount, like, I've met so many great people this way, great founders. Now I work in the software industry, so this is really important for me. Where I would reference smaller tool, I would email the person, and we're still emailing each other.
And just because they're a smaller tool now, doesn't mean they're not going to be a big tool in the future.
That's one thing, but also these people are more open. When you try to contact the CEO of, again, FreshBooks, they're probably not gonna go past the gatekeeper, right? But if you're talking to smaller, you're talking to a founder, you're talking to somebody who's put their heart and soul into this software, and he's really interested, he really wants to make it. It's very often his livelihood depends on succeeding with this. So they're very passionate, and they it's just a great way to also build relationships with them.
Well, thanks so much for the great presentation,
very
Pavel. You can find Pavel over at usermagnet.io, but
Thanks very much.
I reckon we better move on to our next speaker next. So speaker number 2 for this afternoon session, or I guess second morning session if you're based in the States, is a gentleman who has worked with clients side and agency side. He's commercial director at Branded 3, a leading search marketing agency with offices in Leeds, London and Bath in the UK. So welcome, Mike Jeffs.
Hi there, David.
So I think, oh, there we go, you've unmuted yourself. Great, okay. So good to have you here, Mike. Of course, Mike's going to be talking about agility in search today. So you're an agile chap, Mike. So I look forward to hearing about this one. So over to you, sir.
Thanks very much, David. You just do the same old joke about the tech. Let me get this working correctly.
Okay.
Here we go. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes, we can see and hear you perfectly.
Fantastic, thank you. So yeah, thanks very much for the intro, David. I want to talk about being agile, and so I've been working in the search industry for 6 or 7 years now. And one of the key things with the search industry is that it's ever changing, which isn't necessarily a new topic, but I suppose with my background being in client services, one of the key challenges is often sort of explaining the changes that the industry is going through versus that sort of client landscape of why do we need to do this, and sort of often getting things done can be sort of the biggest challenge, really. So this presentation is kind of aimed at sort of exploring some of those challenges and if you like, trying to position myself as the guy in between that client and agency relationship, trying to toe that line, I suppose. So hopefully you'll all find it interesting. Just as kind of a quick summary, really. These are actually sort of Google's guidelines in terms of how to leverage mobile-centric searches, essentially, and it's a case of being there, being useful, and being quick. And I think that kind of mirrors for us and what we've seen at Branded 3, the kind of relationship that you need to have client and agency. And I'm sure it's the same whether that be sort of freelance work or depending on the scale of the organization that you're working in. You know, that a lot of the time the challenges remain the same. And I guess kind of one of the things that we've spotted certainly over the last 2 or 3 years in terms of how the offsite landscape of SEO in particular has changed. I think a lot of people often feel that being agile and being reactive is about, you know, sort of often to do with links, and that's right to a degree, and certainly that's, I mean, sort of 50% of all of our inbound inquiries are regarding some form of content marketing or links. So very interesting listening to the presentation previously about sort of seeding content and the steps that need to be involved in really sort of making that successful. But one of the things that we try and do is sort of plan around events. So I've just picked out a couple of, if you like, recognized days that are actually happening this week. And certainly in terms of the offsite landscape, how we use that sort of offsite conversation, what's happening this week, what's happening next month, to try and plan an activity for clients. And okay, this might not be sort of reacting, but we know that it's an offsite conversation that's going to happen. It's how we can, from an agency perspective, how we can, if you like, drop our clients into those conversations. What do we need to create? What do we need to offer? What value do we need to offer in terms of putting our brand message, if you like, and syncing that up with that offsite conversation and what consumers are sort of chatting about? So this is just one that's coming up next week, Tourism for All, World Tourism Day, about promoting accessible tourism for everyone. And again, kind of one of the key things is the sort of the planning beforehand. So again, echoing what was said in the previous talk about sort of planning beforehand and not leaving it too late, as the arrow suggests. Kind of, if you suddenly spot that this conversation is upcoming, if you were trying to take advantage of World Tourism Day, for example, and try and join that conversation, it's probably too late to do anything about it now. And again, that's another one that's coming up actually this week. Is around the sort of the Macmillan Cancer Support, the world's biggest coffee morning. It's actually been running for about 5 or 6 years, I believe. And again, like the sort of the interest peaks at a certain point, and it's about being prepared for those moments, if you like, to really sort of deliver links and really deliver success from sort of content marketing campaigns. But I mean, these aren't examples of something of stuff that we're working on with clients, but I guess kind of one of the key frustrations and one of the opportunities I suppose we spotted as an agency was that there's a craving for those in the industry like ourselves to know about these events, and it's kind of that information isn't necessarily readily available, or certainly we couldn't find a decent list for what we wanted it for. So we kind of saw it as an opportunity to create one, really. And at risk of sort of plugging Branded 3 a little bit too much in our PR event calendar, I mean, this is a huge tool that we use day in, day out, and we put it in front of our clients as well. So it has helped us sort of bridge that gap of sort of understanding what's going on in that outside world, outside the organization, and in terms of how we can put brand messaging with a search, satisfying search objectives. How can we put that brand into that conversation to really get the value that we need from an SEO point of view? So as I say, we launched this because we couldn't find one. So there's clearly an opportunity for this tool to exist, the fact that we were demanding a tool like this. So, and I think that's a message that we sort of echo to clients, you know, planning around events is key, but also setting up your own events is key, and understanding how search fits into that wider marketing mix and that wider environment is really key in terms of knowing when to be reactive and knowing when to actually plan something out. And for us, I mean, the most common form of link acquisition we probably do is actually called newsjacking. So how we can use these events. So it doesn't matter if it's sort of a bigger event or a smaller event. So listed some previously there, the world's biggest coffee morning. That's what we probably class as a larger event. But there are some smaller news stories, if you like, that are happening on a regular basis. And hopefully the majority of you are familiar with David Meeman Scott's sort of newsjacking life of a news story graph, which is on screen at the moment. And I guess that kind of why I talk about agility in terms of offsite is that the timing is so critical. So yes, the relationships have to absolutely be there. You have to know who you're going to be contacting, but you also have to understand the intent and the value that's on offer from a journalist, really. So you'll see here journalists are scrambling for additional information. If you know that event's coming up, and again, and that's how we use the calendar, then you can start feeding, if you like, seeding that information. You know, sort of we've got a specialist in this area if you'd like any further information, and that again kind of echoes the previous presentation around, you know, sort of not just asking for you know, coverage or a link of a piece of content, but understanding how that content fits into the world of the person that's trying to cover it and what the value is for them. So it's really sort of about a quid pro quo, and quite often that means that the value is bespoke. It's unique to a particular journalist. We find ourselves doing a lot of individual pieces of commentary or content tailored around a specific journalist's requirements, which is often about being a little bit more agile and kind of involving the client in more of that information as you go along the way, rather than sort of having this big content campaign, we'll go out and seed it out, and then that's all you'll hear of it, sort of thing. One of the key things that we do is sort of try and take them on that journey with us. So here's our idea. We've checked it with a few journalists. Here's their feedback. And that's really how we sort of progress with sort of offsite link acquisition. And our approach really to sort of newsjacking, as I say, it's one of the most common pieces of offsite work that we do. And really to do this, you need one of three things. So you either need some data, you either need a piece of creative, but you can also just offer an opinion, and that's one of the examples that I wanted to come on just next, in terms of how it's not always about the big event and the big offsite conversation. There's a lot of value in the smaller conversations, but doing them more frequently. I've just got an example here for one that we did last week. So this is for a financial services company who are quoting on market movements a lot of the time, and they've got expertise in-house. That's their bread and butter, if you like. And one of the things that we commented on, so an event that we knew was happening last week was Saga, who are reporting on their earnings for the year. So I appreciate I've tried to pick purposely a relatively sort of dry topic in finance. It's not necessarily the exciting, you know, creative content, but it's often a challenging topic to try and gain offsite buy-in with. And essentially there was demand from a site, we've got City AM here, around the people who were going to be writing about this event in time, if you like. So there was a need for quotes and for market expertise, really. So a great opportunity for us to organize with our client and sort of plan in and say, this event's happening next week. We'd need a quote. We've spoken to this journalist. We'd need a quote around this time. Would you be okay to sort of take part? And I've pasted on the screen there the quote that we got from the client. Really, again, just offering an opinion. I mean, that's all of the resource that went into sort of creating this this piece of coverage was pretty minuscule, and that from a sort of a client service point of view is really key, because you're sort of protecting the idea to a degree, and that there's less resource involved. So you're sort of in terms of managing expectations, there's less expectations to manage, I suppose, which is kind of key, and that's one of the things that we really try and do with clients. The thing that's perhaps changing the most for us is that the pace and the way that the search landscape is changing means that newsjacking, that kind of only really deals with one half of the landscape. So as I mentioned, sort of so far, it's to do with the offsite landscape, and usually that's for SEO, that's links, because they're still a big part of the algorithm. I mean, Google have released on Friday an algorithm released to do with links. So it's kind of clear to me that it's still a big part of assessing the quality of a website and assessing the quality of a brand. But there are a lot more things that go into sort of, if you like, showing users that this site, this brand is particularly trusted. Now, that offsite example that I just went through with Saga is just one example of how we've shown that this client is a trusted resource because it's being cited by a site of the quality of City AM, which, for those of you who aren't aware, is a big publication in the UK. But if you look at the landscape, it really only satisfies one part of, we can see brand search, mentions, social trust. All of these are contributing to the signals that you're sending users and the way that users are interacting with a brand. And we kind of see our role really as sort of collecting all of these signals as best we can. And if you like, using this as a blueprint for a great search strategy. And if we'd have been showing you this sort of diagram 2 or 3 years ago, we'd have actually included ZEMO in the landscape. And ZEMO, for those of you who don't know, stands for the Zero Moment of Truth. And the Zero Moment of Truth is actually a piece of research done by Google in 2011. This is a piece of research into consumer buying behavior. So in the original sort of first and second moment of truth model, the first moment of truth might be something like window shopping. The second moment of truth might be trying a pair of shoes that you've seen in the window on, for example. And the idea of the zero moment of truth is that it creates these moments that you can capture the consumer's attention in. It's almost a pre-shopping experience, if you like. And it's one of the things that we've certainly for the last 4 or 5 years really sort of tried to put in front of the client at every opportunity. The theory and the thinking behind why we're doing what we're doing, and how this is a moment that a user is trying to search for some information, and therefore if we can be the right answer at the right time, that traditional marketing mindset, then we've got a chance of ranking, improving organic traffic, and therefore that's how it fits into that landscape. So just wanted to talk through an example of on-site, not sort of giving you a couple of examples and sort of events of off-site, and really how we see those two sort of sides of the landscape working together. This is one that anybody who's sort of witnessed a Branded 3 presentation before will probably be familiar with, and you'll notice a rather subtly placed photo in the background that we won an award with it. So we like to talk about it, but one of the interesting things that I just want to mention with it is how, yes, this was fit for purpose at a time when the zero moment of truth was the theory that we were sort of trying to create our search strategies using, but actually how that landscape's now changed since this went live. So this went live sort of 2012, 2013. 2013, 2014. And for us, for those of you who've never seen this, it's essentially a cruise hub. So it's a guide to cruising for Virgin Holiday Cruises. And it's around about, I think it's over 150 articles that our content team wrote, trying to satisfy searches that people are looking for. So we did a piece of audience research, huge piece of looking at the intent behind cruises, and trying to really sort of position Virgin Holiday Cruises as the ultimate destination to find out about cruising. We knew that the elderly market was sort of in decline, and that there was a new wave of a younger generation of cruisers who didn't actually know what a cruise was like. So do we still dine at the captain's table? They were searching and looking for the information, asking all of these questions, and it was, for us, it seemed a no-brainer to put Virgin Holiday Cruises in those moments of truth, really, and collect the ranking signals, if you like, and that really led to us a real sort of change for them in terms of going up the first page on Google from sort of around the second page to around about four or five at the time, which did offer tens of thousands pounds worth of savings in terms of actual PPC costs. So they were able to gain traffic from cruises without sort of paying for it, essentially. But if we were doing this, if we were sort of reliving this and doing this again, or I think it'd be a lot different. It'd probably be a lot bigger, and that's really because the landscape has evolved. Users have evolved since 2011, since that zero moment of truth research came out. The number of mobile users has shot up, has overtaken desktop. That's pretty well documented. But also on the right hand side of the slide at the moment, we've got this the usage. So the way that people are using Google has switched from to multi-platform. The way that people are using Facebook. I read somewhere the other day that the average person checks Facebook over 150 times a day. So there are all of these opportunities for brands to sort of get users' attention, to satisfy search queries. And really for us, that's how we see our role of sort of, I guess, kind of those moments are sort of getting smaller. So if we were redoing that Virgin Holiday Cruises hub, it would be a case of writing many more pieces of content and making them much more specific. And that really leads on to sort of what we've been sort of pushing clients in terms of what Google are wanting to do, certainly over the last 12 months, is that, as I say, these moments are getting smaller, more micro, if you like, and they really sort of focus more around intent. So for those of you that, this is all taken from Think with Google, which is publicly accessible. So if you do want to check out anything around the micro moments, there's some really helpful videos. They also do some industry specific research. I really recommend sort of reading up on it and sharing it with your clients. It's had huge benefits for us. There are really kind of four areas of intent around micro moments, and that's the I want to know, the I want to go, I want to do, and I want to buy. And really what's coming out is that mobile is the driving force behind making these moments smaller. But the reality is, I suppose, from an organizational point of view, is that we're not able to change as organizations at the same pace as technology changes, or that users pick up that technology. So these are a couple of graphs that I've actually pulled from a fantastic webinar, which was eConsultancy's Digital Shift Trends Report. And the left-hand graph is actually a graph by Scott Brinker, which explores the relationship between how quickly technology and organizations change. And that's for me, that really rang true with the sort of the challenges that you go through with clients. In terms of being able to make technical changes is often a source of sort of frustration from an agency point of view, but equally sort of the pace of results is often a frustration from excuse me, from a client point of view. And what's really interesting on the right hand side is that both clients and agencies, so the dark blue I believe is clients, and the lighter blue is agencies, have got very, very similar desires in terms of what they're wanting to do with marketing budget, very, very similar desires in terms of how they feel they should progress. But the reality is just getting those things, getting those changes made quickly. And I just kind of want to touch on the fact that users aren't struggling to kind of pick up. So I suppose in terms of being agile, by not to change, we're sort of missing out. The landscape is moving, the environment's changing, the competitive environment is changing, and so there's almost the cost of not doing something is greater than the return of doing something and not seeing maybe the expected results really. And that's an interesting shift for us in terms of how we're talking to clients, because as I say, users aren't afraid to pick up the new technology. And I've got a couple of stats in here. Forgive me, I know increased usage in mobile is a well-documented thing, but again, just from the same sort of source, think with Google, 96% of people are turning to a smartphone to get things done. So it's no longer about, you know, converting. It's asking questions. It's sort of searching for information. It's the number one resource effectively. So 87% of people are turning to their mobile first rather than going to any other source of information. I know that rings true for myself. And even in the way that we work with clients, you know, people are checking emails on phones rather than desktop. They don't want big exhaustive documents. You know, the moments to communicate with clients are getting smaller, exactly the same way that the moments for consumers and sort of retail brands are getting smaller. And so the window to sort of make changes and get results is becoming less and less, which is both exciting and sort of relatively terrifying, I suppose, if you're a slow-moving organization. And just the final sort of stat is that really the mindset that you've got to be in, as far as I'm concerned, is kind of customer in and not product out. And I think that's probably the biggest shift we've seen in our clients' consumer behavior, as well as our customers, our clients' behavior themselves. You know, people want to be taken on the journey, and it's how you use these moments. So if you take them on the journey, it's easier for them to address that informational need in the future. And as I say, searches for future needs largely happen on mobile. So it's a huge area for us that we're looking at. And in terms of Google, and just sort of tying it back in with how we would maybe see doing the Virgin Holiday Cruises on-site content piece again, it's really about them being much smaller moments. So Google Trips was launched last week, I believe, and there's a great piece of there's a good article, goodthinkinc.com, excuse me, around the most stressful aspect of organizing travel. So we knew we were onto something with those, the zero moment of truth content, 150 articles helping people on this journey. But really what Google have launched here is that same sort of aspect of informational content, helping people along the way, you know, getting rid of that travel uncertainty, you know, telling them which transportation is best to use. And that almost information is accessible both before and after conversion. That's really for us a good example of how we feel that same sort of cruise hub would be done differently in the present landscape. And I know certainly from personal experience, you know, I do waste a lot of time figuring things out on a trip and being unfamiliar with the location. Location is a huge changing environment. I know our director of search believes that sort of local SEO is going to be on the rise over the next couple of years. And again, I've got a couple of stats later on about the increase in sort of people searching for things around them. And this just really wanted to lead on to sort of how Google are collecting this information. So I didn't know about this until I read about it on Medium. So there's a publication on Medium called Back Channel, which again I'd recommend you reading. And DIN, as it's known short, is daily information needs, and it's a survey that Google have done with around about, I think it's in number of respondents is in the thousands, and they essentially get users to record and diarize their information queries, their requests for information that they've made over a period of time. And there's some really interesting outcomes from this survey, and it's sort of a little bit more manual and a little bit, if you like, old school in comparison to maybe how Google might collect information if you consider the amount of data that Google have got at their fingertips. But this study alone found that 1/3 of queries go unanswered, and it's something Google have been doing every year for the last 5 years. They're using this data, so I've just got a few notes here to. Out of this study alone, 2 new voice actions have been implemented, 17 new Google Now cards, and they've made 22 changes to existing Google Now cards. And if you like, Google are essentially on a mission to find the unsearchable. And that really echoes with the work that we were doing with Virgin Holiday Cruises, in the fact that we were on a mission Virgin had those answers. It was just a case of putting them on their site and making that site visible at the right moment. So it's about being there and being useful. And I guess kind of how the micro moments are shifting is those moments are becoming increasingly smaller, which means you have to be quick to take advantage of them. And that's what we're telling clients. And this is just an example of how much a SERP result search engine result can change. And one example that we talk to a lot with our travel clients is, what's sort of next? We've got local in this screenshot, we've got ads in there, we've got we can book now, we've got rich snippets. There's all sorts of different ways that we can show trust, and these are much more sort of from an on-site perspective rather than off-site. And really, it is about having that sort of counterbalance between both sides of the search landscape. As I mentioned before, really interesting, the way that we're optimizing for search is changing. So near me searches, presumably thanks to Google's ad, certainly in the UK, that came out at the beginning of this year around sort of show me ramen places near me was the ad. I don't know if anybody saw that, but these moments are only going to get more frequent and smaller and more immediate. So I guess from what we're telling our clients is that they can't afford to sort of not move on things, but what we're trying to do is explain why they can't afford to not move on these things. And certainly the way that users are sort of, their search behavior is changing is it's very much more a mindset of, I need this and I need it now. So speed is really critical. And just to kind of qualify that with some data from hotels.com. So they released a survey that sort of said that 74% of mobile bookings are made for same day check-in. So there's a lot of information that people need beforehand, but equally for business travelers, and it's satisfying a need. So again, it's about understanding that intent behind a query, and that's really where we're sort of changing our sort of conversations with our clients and the way that we're delivering search strategies. I just wanted to touch on a couple of the reasons. So I mentioned earlier that it's about sort of satisfying users' queries, but one of the really interesting things is that best practice, if you like, and how the web works changes with user needs, and with technology changing, it makes things more possible. So a couple of technical examples that we know and we've tested ourselves recently are the changing in JavaScript and the moving away from Flash. Flash was something that never worked well for Google. They couldn't really crawl it, and Googlebot are now saying that they'll follow JavaScript redirects, JavaScript links, but interestingly, speed is still a factor. So if it takes more than 3 to 4 seconds to render, or if it's not rendering until an event is fired, it doesn't get indexed. So the on-site stuff is just as critical. And I guess kind of one of the biggest things that we've seen change is that the speed at which technology and technical changes need to be made is increasing more and more. It's sort of David Brailsford mindset of the sum of all parts. Really, it's kind of we're talking about technical changes much more frequently, to the point in which we're testing some of them ourselves. It is about sort of finding out what's next. Standard practice means that everybody is doing it in theory because that's the best practice to do. So really, to sort of gain wins, if you like, in organic search, it's about doing the thing that nobody else is doing and doing it better. It's almost like a new entrant to the market. It's a little bit more like Michael Porter's sort of 5 forces of competition. A good example that I've got, so just conscious of time there, rabbiting on, is actually eBay, who are working very closely with Google to implement AMP. So accelerated mobile pages, for anybody who doesn't know what AMP is. And they're looking at things like smart buttons, and it's really interesting to see how sort of transactional search is becoming, if you like. So looking at input elements like search boxes and check boxes, we're sort of awaiting an era of, if you like, sort of faceted search, if you like. You'd normally reach a retailer and then sort your requirement on the website, but we're reaching a point where it looks more and more likely that you'll be able to do that in a search result, which is really exciting. And again, you can't afford not to be jumping on that if you're in the same space as eBay, for example. They're really sort of seem to be leading the way and making the mark. So I guess kind of how do we beat eBay is the kind of question. And just sort of pulling out a quote from a write-up about what they're doing with Google with AMP is we know AMP pages are fast, but what about the subsequent pages that are user visits? So loading the pages they want to visit at that micro moment is great, but what about the moments either side of that moment? I think that's where we'll see our work with clients and the technical work going over the next certainly 6 months. And just looking at the bottom there, we want an experience to be as fast and consistent as the AMP experience. So as users get used to how quickly an accelerated mobile page loads, that there creates the demand for then everything to load that quickly, which is a really interesting shift. And in terms of being agile enough to sort of capitalize on those moments, that's where, for us as an agency, we're trying to take our search strategies. And as sort of Tom Anthony pasted a link there to his slide share around the funnel is almost about to collapse. If you look at the other retailers, so Argos, AO, it's almost that you can search, sort, filter your search within Google and also check out there as well. So it's a really interesting sort of verge of sort of transactional search, faceted search, as I say. A couple of tips just if you wanted to get sort of into accelerated mobile pages, and there's a great article by Biddable sort of examining it and some of the success they've had with it. And also if you're on WordPress, we recommend sort of checking out pagefrog.com, which is also a WordPress plugin that you can actually, if your site is on WordPress, then you can start sort of playing around and sort of getting some benefits from AMP. I just kind of wanted to finish off, tie it back in with being agile. And I suppose historically the way that we've worked as clients and agencies is that we've done technical work as a one-off at the beginning, certainly if we rewind back to sort of 2011, whereas what we're seeing now is that we're doing technical audits more and more frequently, but looking at a smaller subsection of items within that, what's best practice, what's pushing the boundaries of best practice. So I think in terms of how we talk to clients, in terms of our roadmap, the things that we're doing to try and affect search results, it becomes a little bit more like a matrix rather than sort of a waterfall or a sort of a roadmap. It becomes this sort of map of things to do rather than a journey that's a linear line. So that's the biggest thing that we've seen changing, and that's what we're trying to champion with our clients. And it's really about sort of using this kind of matrix to find the things that you can affect. So completely understand that slow-moving organizations can't always change everything, and sometimes there are sort of queues in development, or it's not as straightforward to change an alt tag or a meta description, but it's finding the next best thing for us and understanding, I suppose, the cost of not doing it. And we've seen some success in explaining technical changes we want to make by showing the opportunity cost of not making a change like this. And I guess just to finish with the sort of parting thought is the hype cycle, which is something from Gartner. And I suppose technology is changing at an unbelievable pace. So the number of things we're going to have to look at from a technical point of view, the number of moments are only going to get bigger. So I suppose keep an eye on technology changes. Virtual reality are some of the ones in here, and look at the lifespan of those as a technology, and try and see how they can fit into your search strategy. And that's kind of what we're doing at Branded 3. And most importantly, as I say, with my client service hats on, is really about taking the client on that journey and communicating changes with them as they're happening. That's what we find is the best way to success. And thank you very much for listening, and hopefully I'm doing okay for time and take any questions.
Thanks so much, Mike. It was a wonderful presentation there. So much involved there, really. It's hard to actually pinpoint one thing or a couple of things from your presentation, but I'll try. We had a few nice tweets going on using the hashtag Digital Olympus, of course, so keep on using that, everyone. Daniel Morales said the figure that jumped out at him was 74% bookings made for that day in hotels.com. Quite incredible. And that made me think, actually, in terms of actually jumping on newsjacking and stories that are happening at the moment. How far can you actually plan ahead with so many people making decisions that particular day? How far is it possible to actually plan ahead and actually jump on these stories?
Yeah, so with that example, with the Saga newsjacking example, so that was a case of we've got to a stage with a client where we brought them into that journey pretty early, and we're sending here's our plan for next week. Here are the events that are happening next week. Are you okay to comment on this day? And sort of, we've got into a real nice rhythm with that now. But I mean, essentially, you can plan, you know, if you're looking at doing any sort of Christmas campaign, you need to start planning that now, and actually researching whether or not that's going to get any coverage now. You know, if you think about the number of, it's way more complex doing a creative campaign and doing a piece of content as sort of in the previous presentation we discussed in terms of, you know, involving the people that are going to be that piece of content out to should help you guide that timeline really. But I don't think there is any sort of right or wrong. Each event dictates a different style of organization and different timeline in its own right, really.
I guess it depends if this story is cyclical, if it's a one-off, you can't plan too far ahead there.
Exactly, and I think for anything that's new, we try and sort of scale it back a little bit so that you're not hanging all your hopes on the big creative or the big idea kind of thing. You know, try and take the client on that journey and go, here's you know, first version, and here's how we might make it a second version next time. And that's what we're seeing a lot of success with newsjacking in particular, and then trying to vary that up with extended data and extended creative content as well.
We also had Clockwork Talent tweeting, "Love, we've got the live conference feed on in the Clockwork Talent office." So hopefully there's a few people with the video feed going on in the background, so that quite a few people can watch at once. So if that's you, let us know using the hashtag Digital Olympus. Just one final question I was thinking of actually, and that is, how do you measure the impact of your opinion being included in the press? You had an example there of an opinion being included in the City AM. If there's no maybe direct link in there, how can you actually measure the impact of that?
We're really struggling to measure direct impact, being completely honest. It's really difficult, particularly because we don't want to go into the sort of the older world of sort of share of voice, you know, old sort of PR metrics. But the way that we try and measure everything is getting that link, that placement, that coverage. That's only a tactic within the search strategy. So we're measuring search strategies as a whole, you know, using traffic increases, you know, ranking improvements, revenue driven, and correlating the tactics and the time at which we're delivering those tactics. And that's the majority of the reporting that we do, because everything sits under that search strategy. And as long as you're measuring the environment on the same basis, then we feel that that's a pretty fair test of progress that's being made.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thanks again, Mike. Really great presentation. Thanks, sir, for being on. But next up is a man with over a decade of blended experience in digital strategy, with experience in topics including SEO, analytics, and eCRM. He's worked with agencies, startups, FTSE 100 companies, and everything in between. Welcome, Jono Alderson. Hello, Jono. I see Jono's presentation is ready to go. I can't actually hear him, so hopefully we're going to have the ability to hear Jono in a second there.
Just meanwhile, I'll join you.
Okay, great stuff. Okay, I was wondering if it was my end or if it was Jono's end. So if Alex is here, it must be Jono's end.
Yeah. Well,
we had him popping on there just a few minutes ago, and he's been on for a while there. So I don't know if you could try refreshing his screen if he's seeing us there. I thought this afternoon's session was going so smoothly, no technical hitches at all, Alex. But it's always interesting to get a challenge like this. Yeah.
Yeah. So I see some comments actually from Jono. He's telling that's strange. So it might be that Jono might try to rejoin us. Sometimes it helps.
Okay, great.
So
yeah.
that's what I would recommend from my side, at least.
Well, Jono's going to be talking about surviving the machine revolution, how to become the digital marketer of the future. And I guess that's quite apt for him, because I've seen his Twitter profile picture with a bit of a Terminator underneath his face there. So
that as well. So that will be really interesting.
Yes, yeah, because there's so much happening technology-wise, so it's important to, I guess. Hello, Jono, we can hear you there.
Oh, there we go. That's better.
There we go. We've got Jono in the house, and
sorry about that.
that's okay. we can see you now. Well, we can see at least a picture of you now, and we can see your screen now. So that's wonderful. So we can just see, yeah, you're going onto your presentation just now, and we see your screen saying your world is about to end.
Excellent.
Wonderful. So shall I just pass things over to you then, Jono?
Cool. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
There we go.
Right, let's see if this works. Sorry about that. Always works until the very last minute and then ceases to work. So where shall we start? I'm going to talk very, very quickly, so apologies in advance. You may wish to have a look at the deck later in slow time, because I've got a lot to get through in 30-something minutes. So I've spent the last 18 months or so looking at where digital is going and analysing the moves of the big companies like Amazon and Apple and Google, and starting to look at their long-term strategies. So if we're saying that successful strategies for us and our clients look like understanding the market and the competition and spotting opportunities, part of that is understanding what the landscape itself is going to look like. So I've spent a long time, a lot of energy trying to extrapolate out what are people doing, what are the big guys doing, and where's that take us? And I've come to some pretty scary conclusions about new technologies and the impact that will have on us as marketeers, as digital practitioners, as clients and brands, and as consumers and as a society. So I'm going to blitz through some of what I think is going to happen in the next 4 or 5 years, and you can make some of your own decisions and decide what you want to do about it. So I think 4 or 5 years from now, our lives will be managed and run by machines. That software and systems and processes which are developed and managed by people like Amazon and Apple and Google will compete for our attention, for our needs, and to fulfill our wants and desires. That the marketplace of the future is the human experience, that our hunger, that our desire for company, that our need for shelter, that these very, very fundamental human requirements are the marketplace that these brands compete for. And when you start to dig into what these guys are doing, what Google are up to, what Microsoft are up to, you start to see there are 5 key areas that they're all competing over. These ideas of the production of things, manufacturing, etc. Fulfillment, so I want to get a thing, I want to buy a thing, how do I receive it? The delivery of stuff, so how does stuff get moved from A to B? Communication, including all the data transfer and infrastructure around that. And the idea of aspiration, which is somewhere which Apple is very big on, for example, this idea that I can buy products and have experiences that make me a better me, that make me happier. When you start to look at these as a group, what you see they're really trying to compete over is the human experience. That these brands, like the Facebooks of the world, are aiming to own our needs in these categories because they want to own us as consumers. It makes much more sense for them to try and compete to own our behavior than it does for them to sell things to us one at a time or advertise to us case by case. If they can be the brands that we associate with human needs and our desires for things rather than just wanting to buy stuff, then they can make much more money from us, they can own us over our lifespans, they can do a much better job of making money. There is an interesting question, sorry, this is a much shortened version of the deck, so I'll skip over a whole of this, but there's an interesting question as to the implications of this and whether these are truly human needs or whether these are the needs of these organizations to make money. So, for example, we don't really need technically the ability to get stuff in a parcel in under an hour in urban areas, which is Amazon's big play at the moment, but them telling us that we do and them encouraging it makes it a big prevalent part of our lives. And the risk throughout all of this, which I'll come on to, is that we end up creating a world designed for these organizations rather than for the consumers we're meant to serve. So the future unfolds in a series of waves, the first of which is the new high street. Interestingly, the future of digital begins offline, I think. If you take a brand like Waterstones in the UK, who are the premier book retailer, you'll see that they are struggling, that they're part of HMV Group, HMV famously being the brand that failed to adopt the digital revolution. Its high street stores that sold music and DVDs died because it didn't change. When you look at Waterstone's About Us page on their website, it says, we understand that digital is changing the way that people consume. We understand that people come into our stores, look at the books that we sell, make a note in their phone, go home and buy it off Amazon. They understand that they're already in a losing game. It would make a lot of sense for them to start to look for opportunities to reinvent themselves and to survive. And it's not a huge leap of the imagination to think that they might try and become something a bit more like an Apple store. That if they were to say, use Goodreads API, which is Amazon's data source on what people read and the kind of books they like and how they review them, they could very easily start to recognize individual consumers. So when I go into a store, they can say, "Hi, Mr. Alderson, how are you? We noticed that you finished this book. We noticed you didn't like that one. We noticed that you haven't read anything in the sci-fi genre for a little while." They can start to manage my experience. As a result of doing that, I build a brand association, which is much more positive and involved than my transient book purchasing at the moment. And in the future, when I think I need something to read, or what do I read next, Waterstones is the brand I associate with. And in fact, they can be really clever because they'll start to learn about my behaviors and they can anticipate that requirement and they can market to me before I even know I have a need. This is really important because it means that their competitors who had previously fought over me in the marketplace no longer have access to me as a consumer. Waterstones, they can start to manage my experience. As a result of doing that, I build a brand association, which is much more positive and involved than my transient book purchasing at the moment. And in the future, when I think I need something to read, or what do I read next, Waterstones is the brand I associate with. And in fact, they can be really clever because they'll start to learn about my behaviors and they can anticipate that requirement and they can market to me before I even know I have a need. This is really important because it means that their competitors who had previously fought over me in the marketplace no longer have access to me as a consumer. Waterstone's smart marketing and use of data enables them to take me out of the marketplace and own me as a consumer rather than trying to sell me a book at a time, etc. Of course, they're not alone. There are a whole bunch of brands that are positioned to do things like this, and I'll caveat these as some very specific examples of who the kind of front runners in this revolution might be, but it only takes one brand for that kind of cascade to happen. If they do something like that, it's not a big move for somebody like Game, who retail software and hardware and consoles and music, etc., to say, okay, we have access to the PlayStation Network API, we have access to the Steam API, which both have wealths of data on how people consume media. And then they can do exactly the same thing. They can say, "Hi, Mr. Alderson, we think you might like this." When they've got that kind of data and usage, it's not a huge step for them to say, based on that data, we think you might also like these new headphones or this new movie. And they can start to extrapolate out and be much more intelligent than other brands. And that starts a chain reaction on the high street for people to start to own me as a consumer. You can see that happening in the UK at the moment. So Sainsbury's, which is a kind of old-fashioned, fairly generic supermarket, bought Argos, which is the place you go to get packaged goods, toasters, washing machines. And that's not a coincidence. That's them trying to own more of the consumer experience. It's Sainsbury's trying to reinvent themselves as the brand that you go to get things, not just to buy bread and milk or bottles of wine, etc., but to be the brand where you go to fulfill your requirement for stuff. And the more of that market they can own, the more the consumer experience they own, and they gradually take that consumer out of the market. This has huge implications on brands like Currys and PC World, who rely very heavily on seasonal footfall, for example. So it comes to Christmas or it comes to New Year, they launch huge offer and discount programs where they try and get people to come in, try and get them to buy cheap discount goods. If there are equivalent brands in the space who have already understood me as a consumer and already know that I'm likely to need a new refrigerator, or have already marketed to me with a discount laptop that knows exactly the kind of specifications and RAM and hardware that I'll need, again, I am no longer in the marketing funnel. So our entire digital marketing world, which at the moment looks like, how do I get as many people as possible to my website and convert, starts to crumble because the number of people in that marketplace itself reduces. The whole top of the funnel starts to disappear because huge swathes of customers who would have been researching have already been captured. And of course, the implications of that are the cost per acquisition rockets. So things like cost per click rates in pay-per-click search, affiliate rates, all of those numbers go up and get more expensive per action per consumer because there are fewer consumers in the space. And then, of course, in the real world, there's diminishing footfall and so on and so forth. And a lot of these commodity brands who exist to try and capture customers with bulk awareness and price-led offers really start to struggle. So, in summary for wave one, then, there's a revolution happening now. Some of these brands are committed to making these kinds of changes already. Waterstones, in particular, for example, has committed to making this very kind of change. They are stating openly that they are reinventing themselves as a personal assistant. So, as a brand, or if your clients are just chasing conversion on how many visits did we get or how did we rank, rather than saying, how do we earn more consumers, how do we build relationships so that we are the brand that people associate concepts like entertainment or fulfillment with, you're going to start losing market share, both on and offline. And you're not even going to see it because at the moment you can say, okay, our traffic's going down, our conversion rate's going down. When those people aren't even in the market, all you see is diminishing footfall and it's going to hurt. So as an action, you need to start looking at lifetime value modeling. You need to understand What is the size of the market? What's the behavior? How much money can I feasibly make from people, not just in one sale, but over the course of their lifespan? And how do I upsell them? How do I keep them happy? What are the costs of that? What does a good customer look like versus a bad customer? All of this is stuff you've got to be thinking about now, because as soon as your competitors start thinking, and you're, so that starts to trigger some stuff happening online. And the first of which is the birth of the new marketplace, which starts with Uber. It's a mistake to consider Uber to be a taxi company. Uber is a data company. Uber is an API. Uber is uniquely positioned to understand how to effectively get a thing from a place to another place. And that sounds like a fairly straightforward thing, but when you consider the complexity of understanding supply and demand, the amount of vehicles you need on the road, where all of them are at any given time, actually what they've achieved is an incredible feat. Now you couple that with the idea that they can very, very easily say, let's extend this into sending parcels and taking on things like the Royal Mail infrastructure and parcel providers. You can move to white vans and lorries and start doing bulk delivery and freight. This is all stuff that's happening now. You'll see some examples on my screen of places where they've opened up APIs. They are delivering people shopping. Uber are very aggressively moving into being the brand that fulfills city level and last mile delivery. Their whole company is designed to be fluid. Now this, the only thing that's held them back at the moment is their penetration of the suburbs, which is a product of how many cars can they have on the road, which is a product of their market share. So all of their aggressive investment in growth and getting people on board the platform is to grow out their footfall. They've got more vehicles on the road, which are driven more effectively, more efficiently, which becomes cheaper, which means then they can start becoming shipping and distribution. In the US, they are very aggressively trying to push it so that anybody can become an Uber driver, so that when I'm on my way to work, I can get a notification from the Uber app saying, hey, if you just take a 2-minute detour, pick up this parcel and drop it off on a route you're already going down, we'll give you $3 or $4. And suddenly Uber ceases to be the taxi company everyone perceives it to be and starts being the delivery API. Why is that important? Because it allows Amazon to make their power play. Amazon's long game is to have market dominance on anything in a box. All of their investment in automated warehouses, in the storage of perishable goods, in things like Amazon Dash and Amazon Pantry, is all gearing towards them replacing the supermarket, being the brand that dominates on getting things to you. The ability to get anything into your hand within an hour for free as part of Amazon Prime is an ambitious goal, and that's their long game. You can see evidence of this at the moment where across the US, they're opening thousands of retail stores, and they're initially positioned as bookstores, which are very intelligent. So they stored books based on their average ratings from the store, rather than just what they thought you might like, which meant that they were a much more dynamic and better personalized experience. They tailored that by location. So as a shopping experience, it's much more effective than your average bookstore. They start to, again, win consumers in hearts and minds. Obviously, as they expand their footprint, these don't remain bookstores. They evolve into click and collect bookstores. So evolve into click and collect stores. This is a hugely powerful proposition. Simultaneously then, millions of entrepreneurs start coming online. So Google's Bloom project, Tesla's theoretical broadband satellite network, Facebook Aquila, all happening today. These will bring millions and millions of entrepreneurs online from developing markets and the third world, people who have aspiration to disrupt, to develop, to create businesses who haven't had access to our markets before. And the really important thing to consider there is two things. One is the next generation of Bitcoin or cryptocurrency will allow them to transact very cheaply internationally, which is prohibitive at the moment. And they will not transact and develop in big, clunky e-commerce sites. They'll disrupt our chat apps, Facebook with their own applications and smaller marketplaces. You see this in China with things like WeChat at the moment, whereas rather than entrepreneurs and startups building big websites and trying to get VC investment and doing the whole Western approach, they just infiltrate existing systems where consumers are. Why is that important? Because it means that marketplaces, in the truest sense of the word, the idea where people come together freely and try and vend each other things, become the new digital marketplaces. That platforms like Facebook and Etsy and eBay and Kickstarter are really where this begins. So as Western markets, we have more disposable income because things are cheaper, because places like Amazon have lowered the cost of delivery, of transport, storage, and millions of entrepreneurs in the developing world can access and disrupt our markets. Now, this is really key. And when you look at really successful companies like Uber and Airbnb, the kinds of people who understand that liquidity is an asset and that they're not tied down to a fixed model, they're really just ideas. Uber doesn't own anything. It doesn't have any particular property or infrastructure. It's an idea and it's a concept. And you could develop a similar concept and disrupt our market remotely. So people in the developing world will be building apps and solutions and businesses designed to be marketed over here with minimal transaction costs and international trading costs. Overnight, our entire world will change to lots of small disruptive apps and marketplaces. That's exciting. The principle being then, in which case, our world, which is based on how do I get lots and lots of people to my big e-commerce website or my big brand website, actually the paradigm shifts to how do I be in the place where consumers are, and how do I be in the apps that they're in? Because if your big brand is sat waiting for consumers to come to you, they're never going to get to you because they're already going to have their needs met in these distributed ecosystems. Also, incidentally, some interesting stuff kicks off as 3D printing really takes off. So this is happening now. It never really becomes a staple of the home because the diversity and types of materials that you need are complex, are in some cases expensive, in some cases perishable. It doesn't make sense to have a big multi-purpose 3D printer in every home. Where they do take off is in community hubs. And you'll see an example on my screen for Makers Cafe, which is a real place in London where you go in, you order your coffee, you pick what you want to 3D print, and it's done on the fly. Also, Amazon investing heavily in this. They have a van which you order your 3D printed goods, and whilst the van is in transit on its way to you, they print it in the van. Amazon, interestingly, already own the 3D printing marketplace. They have a big section of the website which they've built because they know that 3D printing is going to take off, and they're going to start promoting it much more aggressively, where you can order your own 3D printed goods, or you can buy the templates to do it yourself. This is the next generation of products. And when you consider, again, the developing markets and the nature of marketplaces, suddenly printed goods and 3D templates flood those places. So rather than buying soft furnishings or jewelry or clothing or furniture, you buy a 3D printed template and print it yourself, or you order it via a template, and the cost of commodity goods decreases considerably. I'll point out that drones never take off as transport solutions for that reason. When you've got an Uberized delivery network and commodity goods are cheap, it doesn't make sense to try and fly things, because whilst people like Amazon will never partner directly with Uber to ship you things, the courier services that Amazon use, people like DHL, like I'm trying to think of an equivalent, I can't, all the services that Amazon leans on will use Uber's API systems to understand how best to efficiently deliver things. So the cost of transport and distribution gets incredibly cheap. It doesn't make sense to try and fly things. Where drones are particularly interesting is as sensors in the sky for things like traffic density, weather patterns, and movement, which I'll come on to later. Also, slight aside, there's a guy called Pierre Farr who used to work for Google, very, very smart guy, who talks about the concept of the nascent distributed content ecosystem, which takes this concept further, which is that it doesn't make sense to try and drag people into your big website when there are an increasing number of distributed apps that get more and more fragmented, things like Slack, things like WhatsApp, things like WeChat. This is the beginning of a revolution where your content and your brand and your products don't live on your website. They live in 100 little places where your consumers are. The challenge is that some of these platforms won't be around forever. Some of them might only exist for 6 months. Some of them might fail. But as a business, these are where your consumers are. So you need to make business cases as to whether you develop into them, how you try and retail and transact and behave in them. As organizations, this is a struggle because typically we've built a big website and a big database and pointed it all inwards. Now we need to be pointing it outwards. We need to say, how do we develop hub and spoke models so that we have our warehousing and our product information and our content live somewhere centrally, that you have a distributed external outside bit, which you can very easily say, okay, let's very quickly develop AMP pages, for example, or Facebook Instant Articles or Telegram integrations. You've got to be able to move very, very quickly. Because otherwise this happens, you become one of these brands that just exists to sell commodity mass market stuff cheaply. In the advent of distribution cost diminishing and 3D printing, these brands really, really struggle because they're comparatively expensive, they're comparatively slow, and they're definitely not as personalized as the opportunities you can reach through things like Etsy and Folksy and eBay. So wave 2 then is all about the idea that there are no more traditional USPs, that most businesses today are built on the idea that they're big or fast or cheaper or better in some way. All of those things are very, very easy to disrupt. Your competitive advantage, and the only thing that really makes you survive, is where you are, your ability to move quickly and easily, and how technically competent you are at doing that. For us as individuals, that means becoming very, very technically capable, that we've got to be savvy in things like Angular and Node and MySQL and PHP, and I mean, that's even last generation tech. You've got to be on top of the whole digital marketing revolution. Otherwise, you're going to wake up one day and maybe find that you're no longer a digital marketer, but just a marketer. scary stuff. I'm going to go a bit faster because I'm running a little bit short on time. There's a lot to get through. So wave 3 is all about personal assistance, which is a huge revolution. I'm going to skip through some of this and some of this. What's interesting in this big, exciting revolution of new tech is that a lot of it won't happen very quickly. Things like mixed reality, augmented reality, virtual reality are expensive to produce comparatively. So whilst things like Magic Leap will change the way we interact with technology, things like Google's headsets and the Samsung Gear will produce phenomenal brand experiences and allow you to do exciting salesy stuff. The cost of producing media for that is going to be much higher because you're going to need designers and developers and scripters and people who can work in that medium, who at the moment are going to be more expensive than people who can write and draw. So that doesn't change the world overnight, unfortunately. What does, and this is a key point, is the idea of how connected devices work. And this is really important for us digital marketers. So there's a myth that one day your fridge will be able to know when you've run out of milk and buy you more milk. The mechanical bit of that is easy. It just, there's some kind of plate sensor that says, okay, buy more milk. The bit that nobody considers and questions is, where does it buy it from? Now, if your fridge is manufactured by, say, Bosch or Beko, one of the big manufacturers, I'm not comfortable with people who build fridges also building and managing payment gateways in my fridge. There's security implications, there are privacy implications. I don't trust them to manage my card transactions. And also, a little bit awkward, how does the subscription cost for work? Who's footing the bill of that transaction happening? If my fridge is manufactured differently from somebody who manufactured my freezer, am I paying different subscription fees to different payment gateways? Does it go through PayPal? Nobody's really answered any of this. The other interesting question is, if my fridge wants to tell me what I should eat for dinner and what I should cook, it can't do that unless it's been designed to talk to my freezer, which is manufactured by somebody else. They've got to have a shared language, a shared schema. It's all got to be open source, and none of this works. There's too much interoperability required, too many requirements for these pieces of tech to be too many different things and to anticipate each other's needs. There's a big gap in this world of connected devices, which is why we don't see a lot of intelligent homes yet, because all of these things try and do it their own way. It goes a long way to explain why people like Google, Samsung, Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple are all developing home kits. This idea that there is a thing that sits in your home that you talk to, that acts as a hub that is where all this information pulls to, because actually your fridge shouldn't try and order you milk at all. Your fridge should ping an API call to your Google Home device or your Amazon Echo that just says, I'm out of milk. And then your hub device is responsible for making decisions on where it sources that solution. Now, this is really, really important, because for us as digital marketers, skip some of this. For us, I will skip. Loads to get through. The important thing for this is a few things. One is that this makes me less and less involved in my decisions and my research and my purchase decisions. If my fridge is telling my Google Home that I need more milk, and my Google Home is going, okay, let's get it from Amazon, I'm not involved in that process. Whereas historically, I might have Googled, I might have gone to the shop, I would have had some transparency and some choice. That led to some interesting challenges with privacy, which nobody's really solved yet. Now, the answer to all of this and where this becomes really interesting is the Home Hub is where you make or break your brand. The Google Home, the Amazon Echo will make decisions based on an understanding of personal preference. So when I say, hey, Amazon Echo, I want a pizza, rather than it saying, where do you want to get a pizza from? It'll make a decision. It'll make that decision based on which apps do I have installed on my phone, where have I had pizza before, which pizza places have I been to physically recently, what are my reviews like on TripAdvisor. This is all data that my Home Hub has access to, that my Google Now device, my Google Home device, my Google Now account can all access and assess. It can use all of that information to say, actually, the best option is to use the Just Eat app, for example, because I've used that app a lot. I've had positive experiences with it. I rated it well in the App Store. The Home Hub will be responsible for picking which brands fulfill that request. Now, if I'm Domino's Pizza and I want to be the brand that the home device picks to give me pizza, I better already have a relationship with that consumer. I've got to have impressed them. I've got to have a positive history. I've got to have been in their life and their experience already in order to be picked as that solution. This is hugely important because the experiences of your products and services then has to be app-like. Not necessarily, I'm not saying go away and build apps, but I'm saying that the way in which people engage with you and consume your content and buy your products and interact with them has to leave a footprint that these devices can then analyze and understand and say, yes, okay, when Jono wants to buy new clothes, this is the brand that we should go to and pick because he has a positive relationship with it. It's hugely impactful. So first mover advantage is a huge deal. The brands who get there first will win market share. If you don't get there first, there's only really two ways to get in and compete. One is people have to have a negative experience with the brand. So the only time I will ever open my phone or my Google Now interface and say, you know what, don't get me pizza from Domino's again, get me pizza from Papa John's, is if I have a really bad experience. And it'll only take one and I'll go in and do it. But otherwise, even if the experience is just okay, I probably won't bother. So one way is to capitalize on people's failures. The other way is through partnerships. So if I'm Just Eat and I want to be the person delivering pizza, I might say, for example, hey, Netflix, you guys have an understanding of people's activities, things they like. Netflix could do something like, say, you're sat at home, it's dark, you're cold, you've had a bad day, you haven't watched a film in a while. Here's some stuff that your friends like. All of this is data that they can harvest via the home hub, via your phone, etc. And then partner with Just Eat to say, hey, here's 20% off a pizza, and do you want to switch your provider for pizza? This is the future of not only app marketing, but the whole way that you ingratiate yourself as a brand into people's experiences. And then going back to the beginning, if you want to be the brand that owns the experience and the relationship rather than just selling things one at a time, you've got to get into those ecosystems, and this is how. I'm going to skip over a whole bunch of stuff because I'm running short on time and there's some key bits to get through yet. Anyone's scared yet? Interestingly, where this continues to evolve is, I'll give you an example. There's an app called Flipper, which is pictured there, which automatically changes your gas and electricity supplies. And it integrates into my Google Nest device. So I will never again go and take an energy reading. My Google Nest will automatically monitor my energy consumption, will notify Flipper and keep it up to date. Flipper will go out and scan the market, find me the cheapest deal and switch for me automatically. Now, if I'm a gas and electricity provider as a brand, it's very, very hard to penetrate that ecosystem. Price won't cut it unless I have a disproportionately positive relationship with you as a brand. I'm not going to be interested. I'm never going to see your marketing. I'm never going to notice your advertising. I'm never going to engage with you. You've already got to be in my life. You've already got to have impressed me. Of course, this creates a huge scramble for loyalty and for people to do things like coupon codes, etc. But you're fighting a losing battle. Essentially, then you can't afford to create friction. And friction might be not being there. It might be being in the wrong place. It might be providing a bad experience. But you've got to be present and you've got to be sleek. You've got to make sure that your whole organization, never mind your products, is about experience and positive experience. And you've got to grow outward into the consumer ecosystem rather than inwards into your own website and app, etc. So in 2 minutes or less, what's this mean for us as marketeers? Let's see. Essentially, I think there are only 4 types of brands that excel in the future. There are brands who are lucky enough to manage their entire chain. So people like Primark and the big fashion brands who create the demand, who manage and supply the resources, and who retail them and have a closed feedback loop. Very, very hard to disrupt these kinds of systems if you're lucky enough to be in them. The underdog with a story, people like Pebble, who were the first big competitor to the iWatch and the smartwatch space, who've evolved, they've won hearts and minds. If I buy a Pebble watch because I believe in their story and their product and their vision, chances are every watch I buy forever will be a Pebble watch. That's a huge commitment. The really big brands who understand that they need to disrupt themselves in order to survive. So people like Trinity Mirror, who own most of the newspapers in the United Kingdom, all of the regional city level papers, have created departments within their organization whose remit is to rip apart their brand and try something else. Try and find ways that they can leverage their brand penetration and their understanding of their audience to make money. And it might be that 10 years from now, Trinity Mirror doesn't sell newspapers, that they've transformed entirely because they can use their scale and their budget to innovate with money. And of course, the real big winners are the people who really understand the implications of machine learning, complex attribution, and behavioral analysis, which I'll go into briefly, because the key thing here is that Moore's law continues to hold true. The computational rule of thumb that processing power increases exponentially year on year because of the amount of firepower that you can fit on a circuit board on a transistor. And why is that important? Because it means that people like Google and Amazon can continue to provide increasingly cheap access to large-scale cloud computing. Why is that important? because it means that things like call centers suddenly cease to be a thing. Because, and this is happening right now in places like BT, in places like TalkTalk, where when you phone up call centers for basic support, you are answered by a machine, which has been taught to sound like a human by listening to humans speak. It tries to answer your question, usually gets it right, and when it fails, falls back to a human operator. The human operator answers the query whilst the computer still listens. The computer learns and it knows for next time. So these people are becoming inputs for machine learning and training sets and data points and gradually making themselves redundant. A bit scary. Why is this relevant for us? Places like PPC will very quickly feel this, because the idea of a human being manually writing ad copy, of changing individual bids on individual ads and add keywords, doesn't make sense when you consider that a machine can do it 1,000 times better and 1,000 times more accurately. The only thing that means this, the only reason this isn't happening yet at scale is because the firepower is only just really becoming available at relatively accessible costs. And interestingly, it's not about how sophisticated your software is in the large. The real winners will win on the sheer volume of data that they can manage and curate and feed into the machines intelligently. Why is that important? Because we really only think about the implications of machine learning in the context of marketing. When you zoom out a little and you think, if I can deploy computers that are this intelligent with systems, why wouldn't I also put them in charge of branding or business strategy or people's salaries or to get us to write our emails? And in fact, you'll see brands at the moment which purport to be able to automatically produce high quality content marketing, to be able to automate all of your email comments. These are things that exist now. Even things like price. I can't remember where I stole this screenshot from, but essentially that's an example that right now brands like Amazon and Sears and Best Buy are actively, automatically through machine learning, adjusting their pricing, not just to be the cheapest, but to find the best intersect of price versus expected units sold against their competitors, and constantly reacting to each other and reacting to other factors like what time of day is it, what's the season of the moon, how hot is it, how cold is it, how many days until the election, myriads of data sets that start to connect and build up patterns that we wouldn't even be able to understand. In fact, on that, there's a company in China at the moment who have an AI machine learning system on a board of directors which has voting rights, because it sees patterns in data and world markets and trading and currencies that they don't see, because it's looking at data in an entirely different way and connecting up data sets we usually wouldn't. Phenomenal, because the implications of that mean that it's not just call centers, for example, which are becoming training sets. It's all of us in our ivory towers of digital marketing. The work we do is essentially just pattern matching. We're looking at brands and consumers and marketplaces and trying to find cut through to build propositions and generate campaign ideas. These are just patterns, and computers can do this much better than us. The implications of that are then large-scale unemployment, initially in the developing markets, but very, very quickly into our worlds and the service industries in particular, which means we need to think about our skills. Now, I think there's a new world where we reevaluate what we mean by marketing and advertising and branding, which I'll go over very, very quickly. Google have already spotted this. It's no coincidence that their education course, as crap as Squared is called Join the Revolution, or it's titled Join the Revolution. They understand that it's not about learning new skills, but new combinations. And the real winners and the people who will be successful in the future will be the people who have different conjoining skills. So, for example, PR people who understand creative, or ECRM people who also understand technical, the people who join skills in different areas in the way that machines will struggle to. For marketing people, and especially SEO and above the line, we need to stop trying to sell things. Now, that's hugely contentious, but when you think it through, it's quite interesting. The idea that if I am SEO for Domino's Pizza or Just Eat, my objective isn't to sell pizzas. My objective is to build a positive relationship so that the point at which somebody wants a pizza, I am the brand that's in mind. My objective is to get app installs, to get usage, to have conversations, to build a positive association. It's a huge shift in thinking. PPC advertising all becomes about lead generation, fulfillment, multi-touch attribution, etc. I won't go into in much depth. And brand then becomes all about how do you support, surprise, segment, and understand your audience. So wrapping up, there's a problem with this vision, which is that the brands who could mobilize to take advantage of it and change the world and do some really awesome stuff haven't, because they are too slow, because senior business leaders are slow to embrace change, which you saw earlier. And the people who we perhaps don't necessarily want to win this space because they're a little bit scary and a little bit out of control are already winning and have already got a competitive gap. So for us, essentially, we end up living in a world run by super organizations, the Googles, the Amazons, particularly the people who own the hubs, the Google Homes, the Amazon Echoes, and who fulfill for those needs. And when you look at the behaviors of these brands and how they are actively fragmenting, so they move from Google into Alphabet, various different parts of Amazon coming apart, it's very hard to legislate against monopolies, against unfair competition when you're talking about lots of disparate brands. So these brands move very, very quickly to subjugate, to consume, and to own other parts of the ecosystem. So for us, then, essentially, you need to pick one of these brands, because in this world, these are the only ones which will matter. They're the only ones who are significant and the only ones who are going to impact change. And again, going back to the beginning, this doesn't feel like a utopia. This feels like a bit of a mess that will make as a result of our decision making. So us as individuals, what do? We need to be the best we possibly can, not only technically, not only strategically, but also morally and intellectually, and to think this world doesn't happen by accident, a world dominated by these superpowers who really aren't in it for us, but are in it to convince us that we need 1 hour shipping. We need to think that world, we arrive there through the little decisions that we make today, one at a time, the campaigns we launch, the decisions we make, the bids we launch, all of those decisions one at a time create that. What we do need to do desperately is learn all of the tech, understand this world that we're moving into and the possibilities and the implications, and to pick sides. You know what? You might be absolutely fine with a world dominated by Uber and Apple, and I'll admit that it sounds quite interesting, but let's not get there accidentally. Let's collectively and individually decide the world we want to create and make sure that we understand what we're doing. I think that's it for me. I think we'll probably, how are we for time? Have we got time for a couple of questions?
We're struggling for time, but I think that was a 2-hour presentation in about 40 minutes. So that's very impressive. So obviously it's not just about the technology, it's about the intelligent, appropriate use of the technology for your industry.
Yes.
Nice tweets. Tom Armentant, really enjoying the great content coming from Digital Olympus. Great to have you on here, Tom. So we've got, just to summarize, a couple of points. Companies like Facebook competing to own our behavior. We've got Amazon storing books based upon rating. So how might that impact you as an e-commerce business as well? We've got the next generation Bitcoin coming along. That might impact international payments, international trade there as well. So much to talk about. Let's pick one question here, and that is, you've been talking a lot about the revolution of the product marketplace, John. What are your thoughts on how this revolution might impact people offering something like a marketing service?
Oh, that's interesting. So this is one of the challenges is originally marketing and agency was all about consultation. It was how you need to bring in somebody who understands how consumers think and behave to support your business, to let you know the right ideas, to connect you to the consumer, to add intelligence. And then as digital marketing evolved and became technical, we diminished a bit, I think. We became commodity providers, we became the people who run the adverts. And actually what we need to see is a bit of a move back to that. And that in a world of all these different technologies and all these different options and implications, brands will need smart people who can point them in the right direction, because you can't do all of this. You're going to have to pick your fights and decide where you invest. And there's a lot of risk with getting that wrong. So marketing agencies, marketing consultancies and services, those kinds of people will need to understand all of the implications of all of this and then point brands in the right direction, I think.
Superb stuff, superb answer and great presentation. So thanks so much for coming on, Jono.
Thank you very much.
Well, next up is a lady who's a passionate speaker, blogger, and business mentor. She's also founder of an international award-winning digital marketing agency, or digital media agency, actually, that helps growing global businesses to achieve their sales targets by utilizing advanced technologies and strategic tactics in the ever-expanding online environment. So welcome to the founder of Mahon Digital Marketing, Saya Mahon.
Thank you very much. Hi, David. I believe we've met before.
We have indeed. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good. Thank you. How are you?
Very well indeed. Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry we're slightly delayed for you there as well, but there's so many amazing presentations happening today. So I'm glad we've got you on here. And you're going to be talking about biddable media as a key part of your digital marketing mix, I believe.
Yes, I will be taking you into the world of biddable media. And I have to say, all the presentations today have been very, very interesting. I've been listening all day long.
We're looking forward to seeing and hearing yours. So whenever you're ready, just take it away.
Oh, thank you. Well, I will try to share my screen. And just let me know if you can see the slides.
Yes, we can see them perfectly.
Oh, perfect. So yes, let's get on with it. So not sure if everybody knows, however, on average, we are checking our mobile phones up to or over 150 times per day. So that's quite a whopper of a figure, and some research shows that it can easily go over that. But if you really think about it, you're checking your phone about 6 times per hour if you're awake 24 hours. But if you sleep some of that time and check your phone half of the day, it's about 12 times per hour that you take your smartphone up and check it, go browse the Facebook, internet, Google, Twitter, and so forth. So today we're talking about biddable media and how to seize those moments when people do pick up their phones and check them constantly. It's the era of the mobile as well. Of course, we're not forgetting desktop activities for biddable media. But I just wanted to leave you with this idea and thought at the beginning of the presentation. So as we are checking our smartphones up to 150 times per day, it's clear that the internet is becoming very, very cluttered. Businesses are moving online, customers and our clients are moving online. So it's really, really important that we become aware of that as businesses and as business owners, as marketers and brand marketers, in order to seize those moments and really maximize our visibility within the online platforms. And there's a nifty little graph on the right-hand side as well. So today I will be talking about biddable media mostly. However, it's good to keep in mind how organic traffic and paid traffic with social media traffic work together very well, and how we can really utilize the return on investment in the middle of all of these elements. So organic reach, quite a few of us today probably are marketers and business owners here, and we most likely use tactics in the internet to get our online presence better. So we probably noticed that, for example, Google organic reach, so SEO, listings and rankings are getting lower and lower as Google updates their algorithm, and the paid media, paid ads, real estate within the first pages of Google. And the same is happening for Facebook as well. So if you do have a business Facebook page, you probably notice that, oh, it's not getting so much engagement or visibility as it used to a few months and years ago. So we'll talk about this and how we can really utilize biddable media to ensure that we are dominating the social media feeds and the Google search engine results pages from the organic side of things, but also how to buy our way into the attention of our target customers and clients. So Google search engine results pages, you probably know that it's the first page that we all want to be on, and the best place to hide your business or indeed a dead body is the second page of Google. So we want to get to the first page of Google, and you can do that via biddable media. And that's Google's advertising system is called Google AdWords, and I'll show you in a minute how the results look like. But the great thing about biddable media, especially in Google at the moment, is that you can really build ads that really pop out, because you have all these ad extensions such as structured snippets, site links, location extensions, and call out extensions that you can add onto the body of the ad, and I will show you how that looks like in a moment as well. So you can really get the attention of your target audience at the right time, in the right place, and with the right kind of messaging as well. And obviously Facebook is kind of following what Google is doing. They are great competitors, aren't they? So they are like fighting brothers. They are looking at each other and who can be more innovative in their marketing tactics. And of course, what they try to do as well is to monetize their platforms and monetize the traffic. I mean, we have to remember that they are businesses as well. So the more money they can make through these platforms, probably good for them. However, they do have a lot of power. So as marketers need to become quite savvy at the different tactics available to us within Biddable Media. So how do Google search engine results pages look like? I'm sure you've seen these before, but if you haven't, here it is. So that's a desktop screen grab right there and a mobile as well. So as you can see, the green little dollops next to or underneath the titles of the ads mark that they are actually ads. These are paid results that you see within mobiles. There's about 2 listings on the first page. And on Google desktop results, there's 4. So it's up to 4, 3 to 4 paid results nowadays on the first page of Google. And as you can see, the right-hand side results have also been removed. So again, organic traffic is really kind of struggling, especially in the first page of Google. So we need to pay attention into how we can utilize our marketing efforts and budgets in the most effective way by investing into these paid ads as well. And there you can see the site links that I was talking about. For example, the blue links underneath the ad of the body. You can actually direct traffic to relevant landing pages within the site that are not part of the main message perhaps, but you're giving a choice to your audience to explore other services and products that you might be selling within your website and business. So how does Facebook look like? So I have examples from Facebook and Google mainly because they are the major players. Of course, there are other platforms and channels out there. But here, obviously, you can see straight away that the paid ads, which I've circulated in red, they are more visual. And again, you can really utilize well, so on the right-hand side and within the news feed. So you can use several formats within Biddable Media ads on Google and Facebook. You can use text, you can use banners, images, video, and carousel ads within Facebook, which is quite a, well, not a new tactic, but it's an evolving ad format, which is performing quite well for our clients as well. So again, almost like site links, you can direct to various parts of your site by using the carousel ads, where you can have up to 5 images with specific site links or specific landing page links to your website. And then we have the organic results underneath. And I'm mentioning lovely digital Olympus in there. So what are the available biddable platforms? So
Sorry, I'm really sorry, but we lost your slides.
Oh.
Could you please share it one more time? I'm really sorry.
That's okay. Okay, can you see them?
Not really. Could you please stop sharing the screen and doing it one more time? I believe that that helps in majority of cases.
Yeah, sure. So now I've stopped sharing. I'm gonna try again. Let's see where we get to. At what slides did I lose you?
I'm not sure because we were like, trying to adjust another one issue.
Well, I'm going to entire screen. Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't see anything.
Yeah, I wonder why, because I didn't touch anything, so I wonder why it dropped. What shall I try next? I guess we have people waiting.
Yeah, definitely. So let me try to share my screen just to be sure that it's just,
I see your webcam went off as well, Saya. It might be worthwhile seeing if you can switch your webcam on again as well.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's a good idea.
have you disabled that action for me? Because it
No, we didn't change anything.
Well,
You should find that on the top of your screen.
It's on the top where it's like.
Oh no, yeah, I know. I'm pressing it, but it doesn't do anything at the moment. I'm pressing it. So I'm not sure if it's because of.
Can you please then let's do it in. Yeah, could you please refer the page? Yeah. I'm really sorry for some technical issues. So yeah.
Oh, we can
Okay.
see you now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. So could you please share one more time your screen? I believe it's sometimes it's somehow, I don't know, like having some glitches.
No problem.
Awesome.
Okay.
So do you remember? It was here. Yeah, it was here. Exactly. You were here. You were talking about Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, thank you for everyone's patience.
Thank you very much.
So you probably, I think I got to this one actually, but if you do have any questions at the end, that's all fine. So all the available biddable platforms that we have obviously the more traditional platforms such as Google and Bing. Bing still has some market share, so it's good to trial paid ads in there as well. And then we have social advertising that we like to call it nowadays. So YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Pinterest as well nowadays, if that is relevant to you. So it's really thinking about a strategy, biddable campaign strategy around these two sectors of the internet, if you like to think about them that way. So the more traditional search engines where it's more action focused, people are there to search for something, you are there with an intent to buy, so you're capturing people at a different frame of mind when they are searching for something that they want or they want to find more information on. So perhaps think about your messaging based on what is the role of this platform versus social media, where obviously people are more likely hanging out, looking at pictures and catching up with their friends and family and so forth. So it's really important to tailor those marketing messages based on the nature of the platforms that you are going to launch biddable media campaigns in. And there's just a quick screen grab showing you again what the sponsored ads look like. So there's always the green little box showing you if it's a paid ad or not. And then obviously organic results are underneath the paid ones, and Google My Business listings are on the right hand side. So very good to utilize them as well. So next I wanted to take you to Google AdWords versus Facebook World. So again, the two major players that I'm going through today, because I am aware of the time restrictions. There are other platforms, however, these are the major players. So just wanted to go through really the differences between social advertising versus the more traditional search engine marketing. And if we start with Google, not sure again how many of you guys use Google AdWords, but it is a tool and a system that works really well, especially when you're trying to harness people and your target audience when they are ready to buy. So when they are at that stage of the buying cycle that they are ready to buy your products or services. So Google AdWords contain quite a few options in terms of ad formats and possibilities. We have the normal search network, so the search engine results pages where you search for shoes or dresses or whatever it might be that you're searching for. Then we have display network, which is Google partner sites network, where you can display banners within relevant environments, and video as well, dynamic banners. And Google Shopping is a very popular tactic nowadays. So probably most of you would have seen little images of the products that you're searching for within Google results pages, and that little images pop up at the top of the search, and that's Google Shopping results. So you can actually create a campaign around all of your products, insert a picture, description, and a price to to that image that then will pop up when people are searching for your products within Google. And then we have the ever expanding and more popular video advertising, which can be done via YouTube. So that's something that we've noticed as an agency, our clients have really picked up on, and the use of video has really exploded in the last year, and I know this year it will grow even more. A video has been there for ages, and so has YouTube. However, only now businesses and brands are really harnessing the power of it, and actually YouTube is the second biggest search engine as well at the moment. Google is the biggest. So definitely Google is dominating the marketplace. There's Bing and there's other smaller search engines as well, but it's really important that when we do plan biddable media campaigns that we utilize the major players first and do research into if indeed our target audience is using that tool, and most likely they are, because actually 89% of all searches in the UK were done in Google. So then Facebook. So again, Facebook is great for social advertising. It's not so action orientated, or people are not necessarily looking for something or looking to buy. So it's good to capture people's attention and make them aware of your products and services in a social way, and really build those communities around your brand and business that obviously in a later stage you hope to convert into clients and paying customers. And again, in Facebook, you do have quite a few possibilities to make your ads really engaging, really visual, and obviously mobile friendly as well. So we are in the mobile era, checking our phones 150 times per day. So we need to make sure that we are optimizing our campaigns within Google and Facebook to all devices, and especially mobiles. There's various options for mobile ads as well in both networks. And just a little note there to say that there's most likely quite a lot of small businesses today watching and listening, and Facebook has been, just out of experience in my own company, we've actually gained really amazing results from Facebook to our small business clients, because a lot of time when we do suggest Facebook to our B2B clients and small businesses, they're like, oh, well, I don't know, Facebook is a personal space, is it really going to work? But the targeting options are really phenomenal nowadays in Facebook, and they, by the way, don't pay me to say this. So it's really important that even if you are B2B business, you would at least consider Facebook and look at the targeting options, because you can reach out to companies, CEOs, founders, marketing managers. You can select people by their title and a role to target ads with. So very good place for B2B and B2C, as well as, of course, Google that we talked about. So there's just a few. I'm not going to go through these key features of Facebook and Google. I just wanted to put the slide out there because I know this will be shared after the presentation. So just comparing key features within both platforms, what is possible and what is not. So obviously Facebook being more visual platform for biddable media and ads, and Google being it's visual as well, but you need to adapt to different tactics and strategies, such as the partner network, display network versus search. So there are some limitations within Google that perhaps are now more advanced in Facebook, depending on what you're trying to achieve. Are you trying to make a sale? If you are, then it's probably Google, because there's the intent. If it's Facebook, then it's probably better channel for awareness and really building those communities and engagement with the relevant target audience. So it's all about mobile. I've been going on about that a little bit, but it's just so amazing that we check our mobile phones so many times per day. And I know all of you are guilty of it, most likely. So when we do take our mobile phone, and perhaps we are commuting to work, or we are coming back from work, or we are on our lunch break, we probably go and search the net, we probably go and Google things. So we have some kind of purpose, some kind of intention. We are looking for information, or we are looking to buy something. So again, it's really important that we maximize mobile. And what is important about mobile as well is that within Google and within Facebook, you can optimize ads to specifically mobiles and even different mobile providers. So again, it's important that these biddable media campaigns are optimized for mobile, and that your websites are also responsive. And it's amazing how many websites still are not. There's nothing more frustrating when perhaps searching online and finding an ad that is relevant to you and your need, and then clicking through, and actually that website is really unuser friendly. So Google does have this nifty little tool for checking your website mobile friendliness. So do use that. I don't have it there, but if you Google mobile friendly test, you can just check if your website is friendly as well. And another very interesting fact is that actually when searched on mobile, the conversion happens within 1 hour of a search being conducted. So I think this is pretty heavy information. And the great thing again, within Google biddable campaigns and now Facebook as well, is that you can have a day parsing strategy in place. So you can actually make sure that your ads are being shown at the right time, in the right place, and then obviously after the searches have been conducted, your ads are still visible and the budget is still there to serve those ads, because most likely the conversion will happen within 1 hour or later. So it might not happen first click, but might happen within a certain time period. So very interesting, and I would recommend everybody to consider a day parting strategy when you do optimize your biddable media campaigns, or if you're thinking of launching them. It's just in the settings of Google AdWords, and you can decide whether you want to show your ads during certain hours of the day or certain days of the week and switch off on other days. For example, if you have a brick and mortar store and you're closed certain days, probably not worth driving footfall and awareness for the shop on certain days. Or if you're a salon taking bookings and so forth. So there's a lot you can do and maximize within the day parting strategy options in order to really make sure that the money you put in will bring a lot of money out for you as well. So mobile, I mentioned responsive sites. So obviously we do have other devices than mobile as well. So we have smartphones, desktops, tablets, probably all of us have some of those devices, maybe all of them. So it's really important that, again, our campaigns and our websites are optimized for all devices, and that we think about our biddable media campaign strategy as omni-channel approach. So for example, here, if we start a search with mobile phone, we find something that we like, and then within an hour, we might get back from our lunch hour, go back to our desks and our desktop, and then search for it again and make that purchase. Or we might still consider it, and in the evening, when we get home and settle down on the sofa with our tablet, we actually make the purchase. So when we do think about purchasing cycles and the sales funnel, it's important that we think about the roles of all of those devices as well, and that we are there visible with our ads at the right time. So there's a few examples of how mobile ad extensions that I mentioned briefly in the beginning look like. So they are quite similar on the desktop version as well, but I thought I'll go through mobile because it really is so important right now. And just to mention quickly how important it is, for the first time in the UK last November, mobile traffic surpassed desktop traffic. So something to keep in mind. So we have the call extensions. So again, if you do have a salon, for example, you want to drive bookings into, you can have these easy click to call extensions where users can have really easy experience. They just click to call, book their appointment, and that's that. All is done. They don't even need to go onto the website. And then we have location extensions. So if you do, for example, if you do use a bike to go to work and it's broken in the morning, it's very important to find the nearest repair shop. So that's very handy for local advertising, these location extensions that you see there. And site links. So these are several links that you actually, there's up to 10 on the desktop version that you can add underneath the main body of the ad text to direct to various landing pages within your website that you would like to bring your target audience's attention to. And then we have apps. So if you do have an app for your business, you can drive traffic directly via Google AdWords to the app, and actually you can track the conversions within Google AdWords as well. So really quite good extensions, and hopefully you can utilize all of them. Certainly encourage you to do so, because as you can see, they take up quite a lot of the real estate at the top of the page, so you can really get those important eyes on your brand and business. So don't get left behind, be visible and be memorable. That is the conclusion of my presentation. I'm really conscious of the time there, and not sure if we can fit in any questions or if anybody has any, but really important to remember how important mobile is and how important biddable media campaigns are nowadays, as the organic traffic and organic reach is losing a bit of momentum. So use them both in effective combination. Thank you.
So people are checking their smartphones 150 times per day. Where do we find the time to do anything else?
Yeah, I don't
Thank
know.
you, Saya. You know, that's a wonderful presentation again. Probably just about time for one thought on one presentation, and one question rather. Daniel Morales is saying on Twitter, 88.4% of all UK searches on Google in April 2015. So that's obviously quoting you there as well. So it's always good to see people quoting figures shared within the presentation there as well. One question for you, Saya. You didn't mention Bing at all. Obviously, you're focusing on Facebook and Google. Do you find Bing to be an effective place to advertise as well?
Yes, I think I mentioned Bing very, very briefly. I do agree, I didn't really give love enough for Bing. I was focusing on the major players. However, of course, Bing does have about 22% of the market share in the UK at the moment. So there's definitely opportunities there. However, just from personal experience, or maybe professional, I'm running an agency here. So we have tested Bing for our clients, but the issue that we have is that there's just not enough volume for the clients. So the demand is not really there yet. So we are waiting for Bing to perhaps compete a little bit better with Google and gain that market share, because at the moment we're really struggling to spend any budget there. So we have kind of put up all our efforts into Google and Facebook and wherever else the target audience is.
I was also going to ask you, because you said Facebook and Google were like fighting brothers. So I was going to ask you your perception on what should be the strongest brother in the future. But maybe we should just actually leave that thought out there and see if people will carry on the conversation online, because there are many different opinions in that. And I guess it depends on the industry as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see what debate we can create out of that one. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us. It was a wonderful presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, and yeah, good luck to the next one.
Great. Well, the next one is a lady who works with enterprise clients in some of the most competitive niches, covering sports betting, insurance, legal, and travel. She specializes in technical and architectural SEO, but also works with other channels as well. Welcome to the Director of Move It Marketing, Dawn Anderson. Hello, Dawn. Can you hear us okay?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. We can hear you fine. Yeah. So great to have you here, Don. So Don's going to be talking about stop eating your words, using internet signals to emphasize primary targets in a sea of content. So it sounds like an intriguing presentation there, Don. So over to you. Take it away.
So it's actually internal signals, not internet signals, David. So it's using internal signals. You said using internet signals. It's quite all right. I'm sure it's been a long day.
I like you're being
well,
you hear things very clearly, and that's your job.
It
so
makes a difference. So
it does indeed.
Do you want me to share my deck? Yeah.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. So it's on SlideShare anyway, but I'm just going to share the screen now. Okay, hold on. Let me see what it does. Hold on. Right, hold on. Now I have to work out how to do this.
That's okay. Well,
hold on. Hold on. Ta-da! This is it.
Okay,
yeah.
So we're getting something coming in here, and that's your screen. So over to you.
Can you see? Right. Okay.
Yes, we can.
So I'm just going to take it from the top, really, and run through. So my talk really looks at the fact that there's absolutely huge amounts of content out there. A few years ago, we kind of changed direction, particularly in SEO, when the last major penguin came in, just before this one is hopefully going to come in and sort it all out. We all suddenly decided to make lots and lots of content. And from time to time, we find that we ultimately cannibalize our own efforts because we kind of create too much content and everybody else is also creating loads of content out there. So really, this is just looking at strategies and ways in which you can fix that and make sure that Googlebot and Google as a search engine really understands the pages that you want to rank for which key terms and topics. So hopefully it will make sense. I'm going to move on now. Hold on. Oh, God. Can you believe it? Sorry about that. Oh, my phone just rang then. Okay, so can you hear me, David? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you fine. No problem at all.
Sorry, I'm just because I can't see you and it was very quiet. And I thought, oh my God, maybe they can't hear me.
That's okay.
So first and foremost, I mean, there was for quite a lot of years a rumor. We know that in SEO there's always myths and rumors because obviously Google doesn't tell us everything. So we sometimes we make up. We don't make things up, but we have to fill in some of the gaps ourselves. And obviously there's varying opinions. But there was always this, the duplicate content penalty. To be clear, there is no such thing. There never has been. It's not a penalty as such. Part of the reason why is exact duplicates as such are filtered out in the search engine system to arrive at what they call a single URL fingerprint or a single content fingerprint. This is often talked about quite a lot in Google Webmaster Hangouts. You know, John Mueller's always telling us, no, we always just filter duplicates out. And we can see here, even in some of the patent images from some of the Google patents, as a kind of a drawing of what a search engine system may look like. This is from their patents. And we have this thing here called the dupe server. So this patent in particular talks about, duplicates being filtered out. So, they do have something in place to make sure there's only one of any particular document that's in the index. Because obviously, who wants to see lots and lots of the exact same thing? But part of the problem here is, even though it's not an official penalty, what can happen is, if you have numerous versions of the same content floating around, so for instance, you have a HTTPS and a non-HTTPS, or a www and a non-www version of your site, maybe a migration to HTTPS has gone wrong, or a migration to another domain has gone wrong. It's a kind of exact same content that sort of floats around. You end up with this like imposter version. So it's kind of not the one that you prefer to rank, but it's the one that Google has selected to rank for various reasons. Possibly signals that are from within your own site that are actually indicating that actually you wanted to rank that when really you actually want to rank another one. So this can be quite problematic. We've also got the issue of not duplicate content, but too similar content. So same sort of thing. We have 2 pages which are pretty much, they're not quite the same, but they're almost the same. They're not what you would call substantively different. The meaning between them is no different, even though there may be some content differences. They don't actually have much in the way of different meaning from what's within them. So again, same thing. Google can sometimes pick up on the wrong one and think one day, oh, we'll rank this one. The next time it crawls, we'll rank this one. So you get this almost like a kind of a cannibalization. So effectively, you are eating your own results, yeah, yourself, with your own content. You're kind of making Google Play spot the difference. Very, very small differences with no substantive meaning between the two. But it's kind of no surprise really, because you know we're all publishers. People are just piling loads and loads of WordPress posts out into the internet, loads and loads of content, no real thought for how to, you know, make sure that it's well placed within a site, within a section, and not lots and lots of signals are there as to what you actually mean with this piece of content. You know, make more content really can have a downside. For instance, you know, 63 million WordPress posts were created in August 2016 alone, and the internet increased. It's not on here, this, but the number of websites online increased by a third between, I think it was 2013 and 2014. Sorry, 2013 to 2014 it increased by a half, and then 2014 to 2015 another third again. It's absolutely huge amount of content just piling into the internet. So, you know, it's a kind of there's a needle in here in this haystack, with the haystack being the internet, if you like, the www, Google crawling, and a lot of it kind of looks the same. So Google's having to go through all these pages just to find, you know, the right needle through lots and lots of hay, and then a needle eventually somewhere. So as I say, you get confused as to which page it should rank from your site for key terms from 2 similars, yeah. And imposter, imposter syndrome, I said then. Freudian slip. Imposter pages, imposter URLs. So there was a really, really good study I always refer to on cannibalization on major, huge sites, and by Pi Data Metrics. I'm a huge fan of their work, and John Earnshaw, I always love his talks. He talks about the 4 main types of cannibalization, and one of which is obviously content cannibalization, where you have like very similar product pages. You know, you may be just checking your rankings for something once a week, but several times in that week, you'll find that if you have very similar pages, Google's swapping in and out the different pages for each other. It's almost like a seesaw effect, because there can't be 2 pages in there the same at any one time. In the index, so what happens is Google finds another signal from within your site when it crawls, processes, pushes it out, and it may be that one of your existing ranking page just kind of gets booted out in favor of another one. So, you know, it's quite problematic. I do recommend you go and look at that set of slides on SlideShow of John's. It's really, really good. As I say, as one page goes up into the index after crawling and processing, and the signals are stronger to that, then the other ones go down. So it's almost like I say, this in and out process. Some symptoms: different pages rank for the same term. You're hanging around on page 2. You know, you're kind of quite confident that you have everything in terms of authority, content itself, to achieve some really good first page results. But what happens is you just cannot get beyond that page 2. You know, you're kind of diluting everything between pages that kind of mean more or less the same. Seasonality as well. Signals from within your site can mean that you have very similar pages, but the popularity of the internal links all shuffling around. Let's say, for instance, on event pages, where suddenly something is in season and something suddenly becomes massively more popular, that can end up pushing certain pages up above others. So this is very problematic. Sometimes you'll find a symptom is you're just not getting the click-through rate because wrong page ranking. And you're sharing impressions in Google Search Console for different pages for the same exact terms. Now, I'm not talking about terms that could potentially have different intents, or which are, if you like, top level queries that perhaps you want to there could be various meanings for. I'm talking about the longer tailed queries that actually in volume can drive quite a lot of traffic. This like the product pages, for instance. You can have masses of product pages, but if they're all very similar, you really are shooting yourself in the foot. So one of the ways to deal with this is to first and foremost identify that you have a problem. Some symptoms, you've got primary targets that just keep leaping around in the SERP. So, for instance, this one, when we drilled in and looked at it, we found that actually there were 2 pages that were very similar. So they take these kind of leaps that are kind of outside of the general trend of the traffic or the rankings for the site. This is obviously using SEM rushes, just a rank checker. But these sorts of things just kind of generally jump out at you a little bit. And then you need to drill down. Don't assume that, the page that you want to rank is the one that actually is ranking. And when you have a look in there, you actually often realize that it's not. And this is what happens. Check for page similarity. This is another free tool, actually. If you think you've not got a massive problem as such, you just enter the first URL into here, the second URL, and actually a similar page checker on web confs just returns to you the percentage of, if you like, similarity or sameness. Yeah, commonality. There's obviously loads of tools that do this: Spotify, Deep Crawl, URL Profiler. Look in your Google Search Console. Look into the queries that maybe you think that they're getting quite a lot of impressions, but when you drill down, you actually realize that they're combined impressions for maybe lots and lots of URLs, and you're kind of sharing the attention from SERPs and from visitors and from Google bot between all of these different URLs. This is another good tool in which you can identify whether you've got a problem. Siteliners, duplicate and common content checker. You literally domain into there, it runs through it, actually looks at the commonality, so the boilerplate areas, etc. Counts the words on there. Often you'll find that the boilerplate areas of a site add up to a heck of a lot more words than you realised. And in actual fact, Google do tell us to keep boilerplates and common areas to a minimum, because often on some of these really big dynamic sites, e-commerce sites, once you take away the boilerplate and the massive mega menu, there's not a huge amount left. So again, that is quite a problem. Duplicate content, which is actual identical pages. As I said, there's a difference between common content, which is boilerplate areas, and duplicate content, which is everything's the same. Yeah. Siteline is really good. Free version up to so many URLs within your domain, but then like a freemium model. I like it. And then, as I say, you've got this SEM Rush duplicate content checker. Allow you to see whether you've got any issues there. Deep Crawl for checking it as well, and checking also whether you may have crawling issues that are causing cannibalization within like different versions, so non-secure and secure, that can often come down to like internal linking, maybe old internal links that you left within your website that can then end up cannibalizing you. This is quite a good tool for checking that as well. On Page is another one that I've just started to use actually, which is really, really good. This one has, sorry, the site that I was testing this on actually doesn't have much duplicate content, because over time we've kind of fixed it. So I don't have one to show you that actually has a huge amount of duplicate content on it. But it does have some similar pages. And you know, what you'll see when you dig into onpage.org is that it looks at things like what we mentioned, the content fingerprint, to see whether it's exactly the same. Sometimes that's also known as the content checksum. That's kind of the binary data equivalent that Googlebot takes back to Google for processing before it gets checked to say, well, is this the same as the last copy of that we got in a crawl? Kind of an aside there. But this is really good. Onpage.org, I think, is one of the really good ones for duplicate content checking and similar content checking, similarity. So another way you can see whether you've got any issues, obviously check the versions of site search in Google Search Console on HTTP, HTTPS, non-www and www. You know, look into Google Search Console, verify all versions of your website in there, add them as properties, check that there should only really be one that has any level of indexation whatsoever. The others should always be pretty much empty unless you just part way through a migration. And then what you'll see is one of the buckets of indexations, if you like, will be going down and the other one will be going up. If you're on a healthy site that it's not just migrated or just switched to HTTPS, you should have 0 indexation in 3 of the versions of the sites and 1 full one. As I say, this is just another good way of checking whether you've got the potential for cannibalization. So some of the causes of cannibalization, as we said, too similar or the wrong version. Skewed votes of awesomeness from within your own website. I'm going to come to that in a second, but it's really about the internal linking structure. Yeah, a lot of people end up with their blog being at the top of the most internally linked URLs within their website for a few reasons. Firstly, they end up redirecting everything to the blog after they get rid of posts. So they say, oh, where are we going to redirect this to? They're really scared of losing any link equity, so they just redirect it to the top of the blog. That's not a good thing to do, because first and foremost, if the content is not relevant to what the original content was, Google will treat that as a soft 404 rather than a 301 redirect, and you'll lose any, if you like, point of phrase, link equity whatsoever. But also what tends to happen as well is all these redirections to the top of the blog actually means that your blog homepage often tends to start out being more important, if you like, than your commercial pages and your homepage of your website. So it just all gets really, really skewed, and you end up with your blog actually then starting to outrank your homepage and all your commercial pages, and it just gets quite messy. Anchor text inconsistency, people just, you know, I'm not saying be formulaic and prescriptive with the anchor text within your website, but, you know, just have a think about it. You know, you'll find that in actual fact, you really don't want your blog, for instance, outranking your commercial pages because you were linking with exact match anchors to the wrong pages. So you kind of do want to at least have some sort of order to the way that you're doing anchor text, making sure that it actually adds good context. And as I say, whilst not formulaic and prescriptive, because obviously that's patterns and, you know, anything that just looks forced, Google doesn't like, because that's not human behavior. But, you know, you get this thing called an internal anchor cloud, and if it all points into the wrong URLs within your website, then, you know, you just end up with things beating the wrong things. Lack of logic within a site structure. You know, you can pass a lot of signals as to what actually belongs where by the structure of your website. And as I say, there is an awful lot of really messy websites out there. You know, things like environmental context, site sections that actually give clues. So, for instance, you would imagine that in the commercial parts of the website, it's going to be terms that are generic that will support your content. There will be things like buy or shop or purchase or sale. Whereas in your inspirational, blog, or an ideas section, you will have words like inspiration, ideas, styles, etc. So sometimes that's what I call environmental context that helps for Googlebot and Google as a search engine understand where things sit in a website and what should actually rank for what. Same thing, placement, insight, structure. Again, everything really matters. Yeah, okay. So also you can end up with issues with people optimizing several pages for the same terms, even unwittingly. They don't realize that they've actually, they're either not thinking about search engine optimization, they're just literally just piling content into there. And they end up, because they haven't optimized anything, ranking for the same things for several pages, or they over-optimize things and end up optimizing everything for the same terms. Again, same thing, you end up with Googlebot not really understanding what's going on. And of course, we have the big hints to Googlebot, which are things like canonicalization and hreflang, and also things like with pagination, rel next, rel previous, gives some sorts of clues as well. There's absolutely loads of clues out there. But ultimately, it comes down to several things like the importance of the pages in terms of Google's understanding of what sits where, what should rank above what. As I say, this is the one of the points I just mentioned, skewed importance via internal linking. So this is Google's webmaster support on internal links. You should review it. Don't expect everything to absolutely stack up perfectly in here. It doesn't. But it's just a general. For me, a lot of Google Search Console stuff is what I call just having a quick checkup at the GP. So for instance, things like crawl stats, very top level, content keywords, very top level. Everything is very top level, generally speaking, apart from search analytics, which is quite good, actually. But that's kind of an aside. But this is just all very top level. This is like, we're sending you to the GP to have a checkup. If you spot something that is abnormal, then we send you off and you start to do things like drill down, thorough investigation, or things like look at server logs, look at, redirection chains, etc. So you're off to see a specialist at that point. So as I said, this one's always worth having a look at to be on the safe side. Make sure your blog's not at the top here. And make sure that your commercial pages are actually on page 1 of this list of internal links. Otherwise, you pretty much have got some problems. Same thing, quick glance at this. This is a site that took quite a lot of sorting out, actually. It had a huge amount of parameters, dynamically built parameters via developers. And Googlebot was ending up, it was really badly coded. And what happened is there was lots of loops on there. And Googlebot was picking up on all the wrong parameters. It just ended up in a mess. It was like a huge ball of wool that had come apart. And just, if you imagine that in the middle of this maze there's this little single important URL that Googlebot's trying to find as the most important to rank for a term, but lots and lots of other circuitous routes it goes around to actually get to it. That's kind of what crawling is like when you've got messy parameters. So again, same thing. Take a quick look in URL parameters and then have a look at server logs and look at things like patterns, peculiar patterns for strange URLs that you think, oh, that doesn't look normal. That's when you start to see that there's some issues. As I say, inconsistent anchor text internal linking. This is what I mean about an internal anchor text cloud. Whilst you should make sure that it's very clear what should rank where and what should place where from within your site, you should never scream out spam. If Google looks at this internal links and the words in the anchors and it screams your money keyword, it kind of looks like spam. So just be very careful. These breadcrumbs are really great, actually, to sort of just get everything a little bit back on course, because it's kind of really logical. Obviously, the homepage of a website has the most internal links via the breadcrumb. The site section, category, and product articles have the least internal links in descending order. So it's almost like a a kind of an inverse pyramid of importance. So breadcrumbs are really great, and they help Googlebot to kind of just get a little bit more context as to the importance of URLs within the structure and the relevance from things like the section in the breadcrumb as well, the site section. So whether it's a commercial section, whether it's your guides and support, whether it's your style and inspiration section or whatever, yeah. Breadcrumbs are really to recommend it. I'm not going to really run through all of this, but this is always worth knowing. Canonicalization, if you're not massively au fait with it, can be quite complicated. And over the years, I've tried various things and had to sort of backtrack a little bit and go off and find out a bit more about canonicalization. There's a fair few, if you like, rules around it. You know, it's really not to be used for pages that are too different. You're kind of saying to Googlebot, look, these two should be merged to be a single URL fingerprint, yeah, or a single content fingerprint, yeah. So that's kind of the objective of canonicalization. You're saying wrap everything together. It's kind of one step less than a 301 redirect, I would say. And there's actually quite a lot of stuff I'm reading at the moment in some of the old patents around the dealing with duplicate content that talks about canonicalization, redirection, and the content fingerprints as well. So hopefully I'll have more of that to share at some point or another. If you get canonicals wrong, you will find that they will probably get ignored by Googlebot because it thinks you've made a mistake, i.e. they're too different, or you're trying to canonicalize and no index at the same time. That cannot work as such because you're saying these two are the same, but you're saying put one in the index, don't put one in the index. I kind of had to ask that question myself before I got my head around it, because it kind of seemed like quite a good idea at the time to try and de-index a lot of, you know, really low quality thin stuff. But then it kind of made sense that ultimately they're not the same. You're kind of saying these two are copies, but they're not, because if they have different robots directives, then they're not the same. So no index and canonicalization generally can't go together. As I said, Google's looking for a single version of a URL to fold all the signals into. So I'm not going to go through all that, but it's there if people want to look at the deck a bit later on. Here's another one. I see this on quite a lot of really, really powerful websites now. They have a clear winner for if you like, a big money term. They have other pages that are potential candidates for that term as well, but they seem to unintentionally completely not optimize it for that at all. I'm talking about the duplicates. So they don't use the money term in the page title of the secondary URLs. You know, the ones that you could say, oh, well, these are kind of the same. They literally ramp up all the important elements like page title, H1, etc., content, H2s, H3s, all the kind of key elements there and the internal stuff, and then they really sort of put a dampener on anything else that could potentially fight with it. So just make sure you have I would say it's worth testing and scaling. Everything is worth testing and scaling, but, you know, always best to test. I would always say make sure your target is a clear winner and just suppress other things for the bigger terms. Merge up two similar content. You know, you don't need to create pages for variants and stemmings and synonyms and associated keywords. Each, you know, you can build great pages including all of these things, and particularly now that Google's kind of, if you like, the web of data of a document, the semantic web is coming into fruition a bit more, starting to understand things and variations on words, like, as I said, stemmings and variants, so plurals, and I'll just give you some examples. Let me just think. So just a standard one: move, moved, moving, moves, you know, they're all kind of variations. One, moving is a stemming. Synonym maybe move, or I'm kind of thinking, trying to think, my mind's gone blank, but an alternative to move, which kind of means the same. A synonym means it's the same, but a different word. But my mind has just gone totally blank. And associated keywords, things you would kind of tend to assume would go together. So for instance, if you were on, I'm just again thinking off the top of my head, if you were on a shoe site, you would probably have things like heels, soles, talk about mules, kitten heels. You'd have a think about things that you would add together, and make sure you build great pages that are around these kind of topics. Fold in any really thin stuff that could potentially be just chipping away and taking a little bit of the importance from the really great pages. But concentrate, and you'll find that these pages really suddenly just fly up. And also have a think about readability too. We just ran a little bit of a test on actually trying to rewrite things in a way that people actually like to read, based on something we saw on like the UK government's website about readability, and the way that people are reading now is totally different. They don't like these really long and drawn out paragraphs and long sentences. So we like quick and sentences. And we found that the results of just doing some changes like that, even without adding additional content, made quite a big difference. And if you consider Google's kind of moving a little bit more towards voice search over time now, you know, maybe write like people talk. That's just another tip. But anyway, you need to do a content audit if you find you've got cannibalization issues. Random blogs. You know, I know everybody loves to blog, and there's bloggers and vloggers out there, etc. But there's very little order and logic within them. And these logic and order helps to avoid cannibalization, because Googlebot knows that the page you've got, a blog that's around the same thing as you're actually trying to target in your commercial pages and sell things on, you know, doesn't realize that they shouldn't compete with each other. The point I'm making is that in a blog, there's just no order whatsoever. There's no intent. Google can't work out which is the key page here. And as I say, very often you find that people are so crazy blogging that they actually drive all the authority into there in any event, and your sales end up suffering. You end up having to do CRO more and more. Just no order whatsoever. You have to really think about the logic, and you know, if you think that Googlebot is Google's intention is to organize the world's information, and everything really should kind of have almost like a library style to it. So everything is in a great category, filed according to a system. You know, blogs kind of tend to be a bit chaotic. They're kind of just a rambled collection of many unrelated things. As I said, intent to content, right for humans, organize structurally for search engines and humans, yeah. So both, if you like, yeah, because Googlebot crawls the web in a logical manner. It helps to avoid cannibalization. This is kind of a bit of an example of something that hopefully would be a bit more sensible than just a blog on cats, yeah. So for instance, you'd have, you know, your cats is maybe your hub page, targeting the term cats. It needs to be powerful, obviously, because it's got a high search volume, this kind of thing. So you'd have like sections off that. Pet care, then you'd have like a breeders directory, then you'd have like a forum, then you'd have like a gallery of cats. You know, you'd do cross-modular linking, related galleries of tabby cats to breeders of tabby cats, or, you know, a related gallery of Persians to breeders of Persians. Pet care for Persians would connect to the gallery for Persians. A forum of Persian lovers, just Persian cat lovers, not Persian lovers, Persian cat lovers. Oh, God. And as I say, I call these wall ties of semantically related relevance. But the cat page is obviously the one that you do, you know, it's the powerful page, the one that, if you like, the Linkerati will link to because it's so amazing. Yeah, but obviously all the power then will go amongst all of your other pages. Just really clear intent, and Googlebot understands it because there's sense to it rather than just be a random rambled bundle of rubbish in a blog. And this same sort of thing as well. This was a shoe one that I just wanted to illustrate. There's a really good framework called the Help Hub Hero framework that Google have got a really good section on it actually in their Think with Google research YouTube strategies, and it's all around organizing your content so actually it's easy for people to find, it's logical, etc. Help obviously answers questions, it's your hygiene section, it's your technical forum, etc. Your hub is where the community is, all the ramblings, the opinions, etc. And the hero may be your big campaigns and your sales section. So again, same thing, logical. I put together this as well just as a kind of a finishing point, 20 odd ways to avoid site cannibalization. Just lots of things to check, things like avoiding filler or placeholder content just for the sake of having it on your site, which kind of tends to mean that you end up with too similar content. Spinning content around different sections of your site because you haven't got unique and decent stuff. Making sure that you use breadcrumbs, keeping boilerplates to a minimum, checking all those versions of the WW non, etc. Using the heading tags and H1, 2, and 3 differentiation and the page title differentiation. So lots and lots of things, hopefully, so that people can take that away and potentially use it within their own projects. The key is obviously, of course, is to make sure that Google understands the importance of certain URLs for certain things, and you can give those clues from within your own website, and this will help you to totally avoid cannibalization. And that's it. That's my talk, and hopefully it's useful. And I don't know whether there's any time left for any questions whatsoever.
Unfortunately, we're struggling for question time. It was a great presentation there. Pick your targets. Do not over-optimize everything. There's lots of tidbits there that I've taken notes of. And in fact, there were a few great questions using the hashtag Digital Olympus on Twitter. So perhaps, Dawn, you'd be good enough maybe to have a look at that and perhaps answer them directly. That would be wonderful there. But I'm sure lots of people will be going back and listening to that. So thank you so much again. Wonderful presentation. But let's just move on to the next speaker, actually. He is a digital marketer based in Oxford, UK, with a particular focus on search. He's worked both agency and in-house and has knowledge across a broad range of sectors, working with companies across all different sizes. So let's say hello to Daniel Bianchini.
Hello there, how are you doing?
Very good, thank you. How are you doing yourself, Daniel?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Not too bad.
Great. Okay. Well, we can see your screen, which is of me at the moment, and hopefully it'll turn into your presentation in a second there. So Daniel's going to be talking about website migrations. Data is everything.
Yep. Okay, I'll change my screen now. 1 second.
Great. So just to summarize those thoughts that people were having on Don's presentation. On Facebook, someone said, what are the best ways to prevent cannibalization? So hopefully Dawn will be leaving her thoughts on Twitter there as well. We've Kalu from Facebook asking the question, do you think breadcrumbs help in ranking keywords? So that'll be an interesting one. So hopefully we'll look forward to seeing the answers to that afterwards. But I believe Daniel's got his presentation up now.
Okay, can you see?
I can see indeed, so hopefully that's going out to the general public. So over to you, Daniel.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So thanks for coming along and watching the presentation. I chose this subject because I'm very passionate about web migrations, the intricacies, the data, and the challenge that they provide every time that we go into one of these. Over the past few years and months, I've worked on a number of migrations for large scale through to smaller sites. So I can honestly say that every single one of them has been challenging, just due to the different natures and the different challenges that they actually bring to the project. So the topic of website migrations is large, but today I want to focus particularly on 2 areas that require data and how that data is pivotal in the project overall. So without further ado, there's more and more brands going through website migrations at the moment, and one of the big ones that I've seen recently over the past 12 to 18 months were Barclays, where they went from the barclays.com through to the home.barclays TLD. And there are a number of different reasons why people are actually going through this, and I just want to go through a couple of those to start with. So first of all is getting a new platform, or re-platforming in some cases, where there's out-of-date technology being used. The technology that they actually have for their website is not currently delivering the capabilities that they require as a business. This could be that it's not mobile friendly, they require a new CMS, they maybe have an internal discussion where they've actually not got the resource capable of adhering to that platform, so they need to move, and this obviously requires a migration. Also, you might have the right technology, but the website's stale and need it for a redesign. There are many companies who have undertaken redesigns, from large corporates to retailers and service-based companies. Many have focused on improving their user experience and customer journey for a better look and feel. If during these phases the information architecture is tweaked and improved to accommodate the user journey, and therefore a migration will be needed to actually all the old links and move into the new places. So a migration is needed. Or there may be just a domain move or a brand move. You finally got your non-hyphenated version of the URL and you feel that you really want to move to that. Or as I mentioned earlier with Barclays, you've got the new brand TLD that you want to move to, and you think that's really core to your groove moving forward. You may have been acquired or bought by another company, leading to the brand change. It's these type of things where you can move across to that new domain. These type of migrations can be a standard lift and shift to a full-scale migration that includes new platforms, look and feel, alongside information architecture. But effectively, what we really need to understand is website migrations are not easy. There's more to it than buying a new domain, putting up a website, or there is more to it than just replacing the current architecture with an improved version and just expecting it to produce the same results. This is just not happening. When you start a migration project, you're not only beginning a complex piece of work that combines data, project management, development, but you also need to accommodate for a search engine that is largely an unknown entity. And obviously, we've learned so much about what works and what doesn't work within search engines, and that's why you need expertise within the team when you're considering going through a website migration. On most cases, you will see that a website migration will go very well. Everything is conducted as you expect, and you can see the new domain take over from where the previous domain left, and in some cases surpass the previous domain. What you can see on the graph here is a transition towards the end of 2015, and the domain actually has gone on to surpass the previous domain, and it's been a great success. And we don't hear enough about these type of migrations in the industry, but these are the ones that should really be celebrated, because on other occasions, migrations don't always go as planned, and you see loss in any of or all of the metrics that you're currently measuring. These are the projects that you generally hear about, whether they are discussed in public domains or in private groups. You often hear, oh, I wonder what happened there. Why have they lost those traffic? Regardless of your planning, the implementation, the hours of work that you put into a project, it just doesn't work out. And you spend the next several days and weeks and months trying to figure out what went wrong. Are the redirects working? Is the analytics code in place? Did I remove that robots.txt disallow command? All of these things are generally the first things, but generally at some point, most people blame the search engine and the algorithm. It must be something to do with the algorithm. The search engine doesn't like the new domain. The links haven't been counted yet. Just give it some time, and many other sort of issues that come up with this. Now, on many occasions, each of those ones that I've just mentioned there, are possibly true. And sometimes we are working with, when we're working with it in the realms of the search engine, we are in their hands. But in my experience, there has been a very small amount of blame put onto the migration team. Not an individual, but the team that was in place to deliver the project. How many debriefs were taking place after the website migration to see what could have been done better? What went well? What didn't? Did we get all the data that was available? Did we have access to the right people? Did we launch too early? Should we have been waiting until after peak to launch our new domain? All these questions can be only answered by us, the human beings within a project team, and not the search engines. Owning up to a mistake or improving, shouldn't be something to shy away from, especially for a website migration, as there's so much to go into the project. Now, just looking at the different aspects and people involved in a website migration is vast. From reasons to migrate, to the stakeholders involved, through to the data and launch plans, lots of different people are involved, which requires lots of coordinating. These are just 10 migration areas that I've covered at a top level. But when you dive deeper into what each of these areas consist of, you see something like this. And these are only the ones I could physically fit on the slide. And there's so many more that I've had to leave out pure to space. So there's no wonder on occasions that mistakes can happen. It's just about how we limit them from occurring. And if they do happen, how we learn so they don't happen in the future. Now, one of the key areas that we can improve upon is data gathering and ensuring that we have the right tools to gather data that will inform our decisions going forward. And over the next few slides, I want to just talk about 2 data gathering areas in particular, and they are benchmarking and URL data gathering. Now, both aspects are incredibly important to understanding how the project performed and what URLs to map where. Now, both areas of these could be considered relatively basic, and to a certain extent, you're exactly right. Getting the right information should be a simple process. However, I can't tell you how often I've been told by somebody within the team, and I quote, "I have this, Dan, put your feet up, I've got it covered." Or you come into the project towards the end, which is another issue and another talk completely, to find out that only the top 50 pages have been redirected, and people are really progressing with this project. Now, what I really want to get together here and talk to you about really is understanding what data to gather and getting this basics in place, because if you don't have the basics in place, then there's no point going through to the advanced features, because you've fallen over at the first hurdle. Other issues that I come across is the use of a single data source. That's generally just a single crawl of the website, and they're mapping purely based off of this, or there's only one bit of analytics data that they're particularly looking for their benchmarking. And these are real head in the hands moments. Just thinking about this now is making me a little bit nervous of what people do and how they do it, and something I'm really keen to solve. So I want to share the process that I follow when I go and work on a migration to gather the information that I need to measure performance and gather all current URLs to improve the accuracy of the URL mapping. So the first area I want to focus on is benchmarking. This stage enables you to understand the current performance of the website and monitor it through the transition and for a period of time after the launch. You don't want to create something too daunting or overwhelming, as this is something that you want to provide your internal team on a regular basis, but also to the C-suite so that they understand exactly what is happening and how we can progress through. The objective is to create a simple to understand yet informative dashboard that can be read and understood by everyone without too much explanation. The process of creating a dashboard is simple, requires access to a set of tools, and just needs to be updated on a regular basis. Generally, I would prefer to update these on a weekly basis if possible, but depending on your timescales and the tools that you use, you can either do weekly or monthly. Each dashboard will be slightly different as you want to track the metrics that matter to you as a business. The metrics I would consider standard across all companies, regardless of sector or size, is analytics data, including channels, visibility within the search engines that are not always being tracked, indexation levels, so understanding how your site's indexing, how it's progressing over a period of time, so you can get back in and solve any issues that you may come up with, and tracking ranking fluctuations. So although we don't use rankings as a goal, people still use them to understand where you're currently visible for, what's important to certain businesses, and the C-suite generally like to see rankings. So what I've done is I've created a template of the dashboard shown above here that can you guys can make a copy of in Google Drive. I've provided the link in the bottom right hand corner, and this dashboard covers the standard metrics mentioned above that you'd likely want to edit in to be more suitable to your business if you're required, but please do make a copy of it afterwards. So the process you need 4 tools, and we are not so short of tools in this industry. So however, you will need access to your Google Search Console, an analytics package of choice, whether that's GA, Adobe, or anything else that you're currently using, a rank tracking software of choice as well, and some visibility monitoring software. And in my case, I generally use SEMrush and Advanced Web Ranking alongside GSC and an analytics package to gather this information. So firstly, what I do to start this off is I head over to SEMrush, and hopefully most of you are familiar with these. This is very simple. You go in, you insert the domain that you're currently in, and then you head over to the search positions report. And here you see a list of all your keywords that your domain is currently ranking for that are currently within the SEMrush database. What I generally do here is export the keyword data and add it to the spreadsheet. And then what this will do is, this is not used initially, but we use this later on to perform a keyword analysis at a later date. Now, I would do this every week. I believe that SEMrush update on a Thursday. Every week I'll go there to download all of the keywords, put them in the spreadsheet, and put the date next to it. What happens is then after a period of time, you start to get all of this information where you can create a pivot table and start to see the fluctuation in your rankings or visibility within this case across a period of time. Now, I do that every week. Now, secondly, there's a number, as you can see, in this case, that's 6,546. This is all of the keywords that you currently downloaded, and I would put this into the spreadsheet as shown on the slide. Now, you would update this every single week into the spreadsheet, and this will update the database. As you migrate, so when you go to the new domain, you just need to do this process with both the old domain and the new domain. So you'll start to see that you have a period of time where it's only domain 1 in this case, and then over a period of time you'll have domain 1 and 2 with visibility, and ideally and hopefully you'll see that it tails off and you'll only get domain 2, and you can start to see that very nicely within the tables. Secondly, I go to Google Search Console, head down to the index status section, and what you'll see is the indexation graph here. Now, every single week I will go here, I will take the current total indexed figure and export it into my spreadsheet. And if it's done monthly, then you need to take the data from the last day of the month and then add that into the table. Now, don't forget to add a GSC console profile to your new domain so that you can take both indexes once they're launched. Again, you want to see a similar approach where one is going up and one is going down to represent the changeover. Now you want to go to analytics package of choice, and this is where it's slightly different for different companies. Some people just want to see total traffic and what impact that has had within the measurement of performance. What I'd really like to do is actually see where the traffic has been hit, if there is a hit, or where the traffic is spiked within the different channels. So take the sessions per week or per month add it to the table, but do it per channel. So you'd have a direct, you'd have a referral, an organic, paid social, or other, and then that way you can see which channel has had a negative impact, if there is one, or which channel or channels have had the positive impact, so you can work around it from there. If you do require all your channels, then you will need to make a small edit to the spreadsheet that I've provided. And finally, the ranking part of it is, this can be kept within your platform of choice, because generally the ranking software nowadays are flexible enough to be able to manipulate within the system. However, ensure that as you migrate, again, you are making a domain change to the platform. So you've got both domains in there, so you can see when one's ranking and one's not. This is something that you can copy and paste into your report, so that the C-suite can see ranking distribution and fluctuation as part of this report. And finally, as you add this in week on week, then you start to get this database, and this dashboard will start to fill. The template that I've provided allows you to do this on a week-by-week basis, or a month-by-month basis, depending on your needs, and it will update in real time. So you could just provide the people that are in the know with access to this dashboard, and then you just update it on a regular basis, and they'll be able to see that. Now, all of this can be done using APIs that are available. So if you are technically savvy enough to do so, then please do save some time. Please get the developer to correctly use the APIs to pinpoint the data and import it straight away. So yeah, please do take care of the migration reporting in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, moving on to URL data gathering, and one of the things that most damaging part of any migration is getting the URL data wrong. So thinking that a handful of redirects from your main navigation is just not going to cut it. You really need to be more granular than that, and it takes some time and research. And to do that, I use 5 tools. Hopefully you've all heard of these tools before. And I use Deep Crawl, Google Search Console, Google Analytics, Ahrefs, and URL Profiler. There are obviously other crawlers and third-party link profile sites out there that you can use, but I just found that these are the ones that I've come accustomed to, and it's worked really well for myself. The first thing we do, we run a crawl of the website, and we export all of these URLs into a spreadsheet. Now, I've provided, again, a template at the end of this section, so feel free to have a look and download it and use as you will. And what you're looking for here is using the advanced settings in Deep Crawl to get a most granular approach and all the URLs that you possibly can from the current website. And you can manipulate those once it's in the spreadsheet, but the initial idea is to get as much information from the website itself as quickly as possible. At the same time, you want to run a crawl of the XML sitemap and export this into the spreadsheet. Now, I know Deep Crawl and other tools can do this at the same time as a single crawl, so please go and do that straight away and export this to your spreadsheet. Now, using Google Search Console, there's 2 areas in Google Search Console that I want us to go and download data from. The first is Search Analytics, and from here we want to get an export of those pages being recorded from the last 90 days. If you're using the API and you can get more information from beyond the 90 days, then do so. Although it's likely that these pages have been caught in the crawl, it is key that we gather this information. So once you have it, export it into the spreadsheet and add it to the list. Still in Google Search Console, head over to the most linked content section, and more traditionally these are used for link audits, but it provides a great list of your most linked pages, and that is something that we want to ensure is retained when migrating across. Obviously, they've talked about this a lot. Links is still a big part, so we want to make sure that any links that we had to those sites are moved across to the new website. Now, export both reports and add them to the spreadsheet as well. Head over to Analytics next, your Analytics package of choice. And this is going to be some of the best source of information that you're going to get from for the migration, providing you the details of the pages that have actually received traffic. Now, we can do the crawl of the website, but if they haven't received traffic for 3 years, then we need to discuss whether they actually need to be migrated at a later date. But I mean, the crawlers and other sources are just not going to get that information. So navigate to the location where all of the pages are. Alter the date range. I generally go from anywhere between 12 to 24 months, depending on whether there has been any major changes in that period. You may or may not want to include those. And then just export that information into the spreadsheet so that you're starting to get a real big list, and you're talking about thousands of pages here. Link data. So we want to gather some link data, not only from GSC, but also from our third choice party. I head over to Ahrefs. I think is a great tool and it's something that I use regularly. And download the most linked content into the spreadsheet. So from here, you go to the pages, best pages by links. And then if you can export all of those, that will give you some real good insight into those pages that are linking. And as I mentioned previously, we want to ensure that your links are being ported over where necessary. One thing I do need to know is if you are doing a migration, you should really do a link audit before you do the migration, so you're not passing across any penalty that may or may not be there. And then one thing that I don't see people doing a lot, and I think is a missed opportunity for a lot, is actually exporting a list of your images. Now, you do, or you may likely to receive traffic through image search. So if you're gaining lots of traffic for image search and you're not actually going to migrate your images or redirect them to the most relevant pages, then you potentially going to lose a lot of traffic. So I've put a link down in the bottom right hand corner here that shows you a step-by-step guide of how you can go and see whether you receive enough search traffic from image search in Google Analytics. So it's worth checking that out, but definitely export your images as well and start to think about redirecting your images from old to new. Now, the only issue you're going to get here, and what you can see in the spreadsheet, in the screenshot here, is the image file names. If they're terrible like this is, where you got number, how difficult is it going to be to actually redirect those across? It's going to be very time consuming and maybe need some development help, but I believe that it's a requirement that's worth the effort if you get enough image search. So what you've got now is a huge list of URLs, and you've got them all, and you've got them from different sources. So you've gathered lots of information, and it's not just from one place. So you know that you're feeling confident that you've got all this information. Now, using the spreadsheet, you need to dedupe this information. Because there's no point having multiples of the same URL. You want to remove all of that so you have a really clean list. Leave your parameters in at this stage because that can be used for any rules that we want to create when we come to the redirect phase itself. So you export that, put it in to the spreadsheet, you dedupe it, and then you need to head over to URL Profiler. And once you've fired up URL Profiler, you put it in here, tick the HTTP status, check whether it's indexed as well, so tick Google indexation. And sometimes you may want to tick Ahrefs, SEMrush rank, social shares if you're really looking for that sort of information, Google Analytics as well, so that you can get the information on all of the URLs put into one single place, and then hit run. Now, if you have a large number of URLs, which you're likely to have, you may want to run this procedure through either a proxy or another machine, as it could take a while. So when your profile is complete, what you're going to have is a final list of URLs from your current website. You're going to know their status code. You're going to know whether it's 200, whether it's 404. You're going to know whether it's indexed within the search engine. You're going to know whether it's received any traffic from direct or paid or organic channels. You're going to know whether there's links to those particular pages. And this allows you then to make some real good insightful, informed decisions on your redirect maps going forward. So, I mean, exporting this is the last step, and that's something that we'll do. So one thing here is, if you're going to make a mistake, do not let it gathering URL data be it. Thank you.
Great stuff. Okay, thank you so much there, Daniel. A lot of information there. Again, there's so many questions that I could possibly ask you. The one that jumps to mind is, I had a look in your positive migration screenshot, and it seemed to take at least 4 months for the new domain to bring as much organic traffic in as the old domain. Do you think that's about average in terms of what people should expect if they're intending to move domains in the future?
I think it very much depends on the domain itself and what you're migrating to. So is there any history with that domain? Is it a brand new domain? There are so many variables, and that's where the migration is a challenge in every single time. I've been with one that's taken 6 to 8 weeks and we've seen really positive. I've been with one that's taken 12 months and it's gone positive. There's no real time frame that I can give you. On average, I would say it's anywhere between 2 to 3 months. But it really depends on the different variables that come within a site migration.
Okay, it's a tough one to ask, but I guess that's why I wanted to ask it as well. So thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I guess the conversation will continue in the Digital Olympus hashtag there. So wonderful having you on. So thanks again.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Coming up after the next speaker, Michael Stricker is going to be talking about taking over the hosting, actually, and he's going to be having Dennis Yu as his first guest on, talking about Facebook advertising. So I've interviewed Dennis before. I know he's going to be a wonderful guest, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Off in a second. So if you want to stay in touch with me, you can find me over at authoritas.com and at David Bain on Twitter. But let's get going to the last speaker in this particular session. In fact, at the end of this session, there'll just be a very, very short break and try and make up some time and get on to Dennis after that. But the next speaker of this particular session is a lady who's been writing and editing for newspapers and online since 2005. She's worked with Salesforce, Social Media Examiner, and Search Engine Land, just to name a few. She's currently the executive editor of Search Engine Journal, and she's also founder and CEO of Story Shout, the first news content marketing agency. Welcome, Kelsey Jones.
Hi, David. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks so much for joining us all here. I'm sure your presentation is going to be wonderful as well. The bar is high, but I'm sure you have no problem in keeping the bar high. And
yeah.
Kelsey's going to be talking about the basics of editorial management for blogs and publications. So that'll be a wonderful one, I'm sure. So share your screen when you're ready, and over to you, Kelsey.
Thank you. Okay, give me a second here to get set up. Share my screen.
Great, we can see your screen.
Okay, can you see just the slide?
Yes, we can, yes.
Okay, awesome. So thank you to the Digital Olympus team for having me. I'm really excited to be here. So today I'm going to be talking about the basics of editorial management. As David mentioned, I work with Search Engine Journal. We get about 1 million page views per month. And then I also have a couple of my own companies. One is called Story Shout, which just launched this year. And so we focus exclusively on news content for brands. So industry news, you know, if you were a hospital, maybe you would have news about healthcare developments, things like that. And that helps grow traffic and engagement. Like David said, again, I've contributed to a lot of outlets. I have about 11 years of editorial and journalism experience. And then I also have a background in creative writing and English literature, which I think helps me be a better editor as well. So what we're going to cover today are basics for editors, why branding is actually really important when it comes to the overall look and feel and how people interpret your blog and content, the basic editorial guidelines that I think are important for any website, how to get guest writers for your website, so guest contributors, whether they're doing it for free or for paid, and then how to grow your community of writers and contributors through engagement building. So first, let's talk about the very beginner basics of blog management that you should know. So I think to be a really good editor, you need to have a good knowledge of WordPress or whatever CMS your blog is built on. That just helps you solve problems faster, and it makes it easier to edit posts and to develop a strategy and make sure that all the posts are getting out in a great format and don't have any errors. It's also really important to have a good background in HTML and PHP. That's going to help you with not only SEO, but also making sure posts are formatted correctly. Some resources that I think are really good for learning code like HTML are Code Academy, which is free. Treehouse and Lynda are paid monthly memberships, but I know my local library here in the US in Kansas City offers free memberships to Lynda, so you might check that out as well if that's something you're interested in. And then there's also tons of free SEO guides on sites like Moz, and then Search Engine Journal just released one as well. It's searchenginejournal.com/SEO-guide if you want to check that out to learn the basics of code and SEO. Another thing that's really important for editors to have is a good sense of organization and project management, because I think a lot of people think of being an editor as copy editing, but there's really a lot more to it. You have to shape the overall content strategy of your blog and website, and so it's important to be organized. Some of my favorite tools to use are Todoist, which is a to-do list management app that I love, and then Asana and Basecamp are also really easy to use as well. And finally, I think the most important thing is to be a good writer and editor yourself. If you want to manage the editorial process of a blog, but you hate writing or you hate editing, it's probably not best for you to be the head editor of your website. I think it's worthwhile to hire someone to do it for you who has that passion and experience. So moving on, I wanted to talk a little bit about branding and thinking of your blog as a business, even though maybe you're just doing it as a hobby, or if you're working with a company, they're just assigning it to you because they know they need fresh content. I still think it's really important to think of it as a business, no matter what the purpose is. So the first thing I'm going to urge you, and this does tie into branding, is to create a mini business plan for your blog. So like I said, this is going to tie into branding, but it's also going to tie into the editorial strategy as well. So you want to ask these questions. Who is your target audience? What do they like to read about? You know, your promotional plan. Where are you going to share and promote the posts that go on your blog once they're published? You know, what social media channels at what time and with what tools? Why should people care about your content? You know, why should somebody come to your website versus a competitor or another blog in the industry? And then what's a concrete milestone that I can set now for my blog? So a lot of times I see editors and bloggers specifically just create really vague goals for their website. So they'll say things like, hey, I know I want to grow my traffic this year. Well, that's a pretty vague goal that's not really going to give you any milestones, and it's not going to let you track it. So I would recommend using a concrete goal that has numbers behind it. So for instance, I want to grow my US traffic 15% in Q4. You know, something with percentages or actual numbers. You know, I want to get 5,000 unique page views monthly by the end of 2016. Goals like that are going to give you something to work towards, and I would recommend writing them down and putting them on a sticky note on your computer too, just to kind of give you a good overall vision of, you know, if what you're doing every day, if that's contributing to your end goal that you have set for the moment. So to go into a little bit more of the branding side, like I mentioned, it's so important to have a good design and a logo. And this kind of goes back to thinking of your blog as a business versus just something that you put content on. So having a cohesive presence is really going to make your website look a lot more professional. So if we look at logos that you instantly would recognize, you know, from a billboard or from far away. So these are all really well known in the US and the world as well. Maybe not Target, but I know IKEA and Coke. So if I saw these logos from far away, I would know instantly what they are based on their font, the color, the shape of the logo. Target has the bullseye, that's so well known. So you want to think of how your content and how the design of your blog and its branding, how that's coming across, because that does shape what people think about your blog and website. So spend the time and resources to have a great layout and branding. That's going to make the content shine. I know that you guys are probably thinking, hey, you know, being an editor is just about content, but it really is more than that. Because if your content is hard to read or hard to navigate to, people aren't going to spend the time to get to it. So get a good designer. You know, you don't necessarily have to hire someone full-time. There's tons of great freelancers out there that are willing to work with you for a one-time project to get good branding, or ongoing projects if you want to have reoccurring images for any content you create, like ebooks, white papers, even podcast cover photos, things like that. And so along that same line, it's important to have the same colors and branding across all online channels. So a good example of this is this very presentation. So Paulo, who is our full-time graphic designer, he's our director of design at Search Engine Journal. He designed this presentation for me. And if you can see, our logo is at the bottom of every slide. So that's reinforcing the branding. And then the green that he uses is the same green that is in our logo. So even though it's very subtle, it's still tying in that, you know, I work with Search Engine Journal. And so that is allowing me to have a cohesive brand across any platform I'm on, whether that's social media, featured images for blog posts. That's something I've been trying to do with Story Shout and my other company, Moxie lately, is to have matching colors that I use in my color palette for my branding, and then have my company's logo on every featured image for a blog post that I send out. Because that way, anytime it's shared on social media or Pinterest, they're gonna also, people who see that image are also going to see your logo. So it just kind of helps people get comfortable to seeing your logo on content. And that's really important, because once people get used to seeing it, then they're going to look for it and become dependent on reading things from you regularly. So another really important aspect of editorial management is creating a good base of content before you move on to the bigger aspects of managing a blog, which are guest contributors and setting up official editorial guidelines. So I always recommend that you create a base of content first. So if you're starting a blog completely from scratch, or if you already have a blog for your company, or you're just starting one in a certain industry and you have some posts, but they're kind of outdated and there's no strategy behind it, I would consider now, you know, your starting point. And I want you to blog on your own for about 6 months before even thinking about bringing in other guest contributors, whether that be from outside your company or inside, you know, other people in different departments. So that's going to give you a base to kind of grow that readership yourself first. And then it's also going to show guest contributors, hey, here's the kind of content that we've been publishing. Here's what we expect. Another thing I like to tell people that I don't think a lot of people think about is, if you are blogging for a company blog, it's important to think about where you can find good content. So for instance, my last full-time job before I went on my own and started my own company, we had people from customer service, from sales, the tech team, we had them all contributing blog posts. And that was a great way to get a different point of view of the company, and it let customers see, you know, who the faces are behind these different departments that they talk to a lot. And I've also found that customer service and sales are amazing resources for getting blog post ideas, because they talk to the customers a lot and they learn what customers are asking about, and that's going to help you create content because you're going to answer the questions that people are asking. Along the same lines, you also want to keep a running brainstorm idea list. So, you know, collect ideas from customer service and sales, like I said. But if your company has a help and support forum, look there for questions you could answer in a blog post. If your company's built on around a specific piece of software, like for instance, if you were a WordPress development agency, WordPress.org has a support forum for anyone who uses WordPress. So that'd be a great way to look for a lot of questions or problems people are having and turn that into a blog post. Another thing that I do a lot is, if I'm thinking about Search Engine Journal or Story Shout and a question just pops in my head, you know, why do we do things like that? Or I don't know what this term means. you know, that's an amazing blog post idea. You want to keep that in your list of ideas, because chances are if you are thinking about it and you have that question, other people do too. So that's turned into a lot of great blog posts for me. If I don't know a lot about something, then usually I'll write about it, and that helps me learn about, you know, what I don't know about, and it's also educating others as well. And then finally, look at question and answer sites like Quora. So search for industry terms and see what the most popular questions are, or if there's something that has a lot of controversy around it that you think you could prove. That's also a great way to create blog posts and create that good base of content that's solid. So alongside the, you know, base of content creation process, you also want to start thinking about shaping your editorial guidelines. So editorial guidelines are basically a set of rules for all the content and the writers that are writing that content for your website. So your blog or website's reputation is based on what you do and don't expect out of your writers. So if you have really high standards for your writers, that is going to come across in the content that you publish, and people will start to expect high quality content out of you because you have strict guidelines and a strict vetting process. Another thing I've learned, so at Search Engine Journal, we have about 75 active contributors right now who are contributing at least one post per month. So I've had the chance to vet a lot of contributors, and one thing I've learned is people do occasionally try to push the envelope. So you want to make sure to set boundaries, and they know what is and isn't allowed. You know, they might try to create branded images for their posts that promote their own company instead of yours. And you need to outline in your editorial guidelines what is and isn't okay. Another thing that I did when I was creating the editorial guidelines for Search Engine Journal is that I read a lot of our competitors, and that's something I still do today. I use an RSS reader called Feedly, but Bloglovin is another one that's really good. I just take, you know, 20 to 40 minutes a day, just when I have some downtime, or maybe I'm waiting in line at the coffee shop, and look through the content that my competitors are publishing, because I don't want to copy them, but I want to see what their standards are, and I want to see the type of content that they're publishing, and that's going to give me a good idea of what I can be doing. So here's a couple of the most important guidelines that we use at Search Engine Journal. And by the way, if you want to see what SEJ's editorial guidelines are, I put a shortened link at the bottom of this slide just so you can see how in-depth our guidelines are. So some of the most important things are: outline what the most basic grammar and spelling mistakes are and what you expect out of your writers. What photo attribution guidelines you have. So at Search Engine Journal, we're really strict. We only allow stock photos from Deposit Photos because that's who we have a license with. And then we allow screenshots that are illustrative, and then Creative Commons photos that are properly disclosed. And so photos can kind of be a tricky gray area. So make sure that you are knowing that where your contributors' photos are coming from, because if you get dinged for copyright infringement, it's on you, not the writer, in terms of the copyright claim. I also outline SEO best practices in our editorial guidelines. So, you know, alt tags, proper HTML formatting, making sure there's no rogue span tags that change the font of the post, because if you copy and paste from Word, a lot of times that happens. WordPress has tags which don't really have, that big of an SEO impact, but it's just best practice for search. And then proper headers, so making sure that the top level headers are H2 instead of bolded paragraph text. And then finally, something that's really important to us at Search Engine Journal is having a clear linking policy. So, you know, you need to decide if you're going to allow self-promotional links. If you are, how much? Where do you want them to be? You know, etc. We also require proof of argumentative posts. So because Search Engine Journal deals with SEO and digital marketing, a lot of times there are controversial topics and tactics. And so we do allow argumentative posts, but we just make sure that they're backed up with good external research or resources. So let's move on to receiving guest blogging requests and when to decide whether or not to allow someone to write for your website. So I usually say no if they only care about links. You know, if they mention a link up front, if they offer to pay you and just don't really seem like they're from a brand, they just seem like they're from a rogue link building agency, that usually makes me suspicious. If they talk about trading links, a lot of times that's not a good idea, especially if you guys are in different industries. So for instance, one of my friends, Debbie Miller, she writes a social media blog on her business website, Social Hospitality, and she got a post request from a company that had an infographic about Viagra. And so obviously a infographic about Viagra isn't going to work on a social media marketing blog. And so you need to make sure your industries match. In the pitch letters, if their grammar and spelling is terrible, then you probably want to avoid them as a contributor for your website, because that level of bad grammar and spelling is going to carry across to what they're writing, and you don't want to spend the time to have to create to correct that. There's been too many times me and Danielle, our features editor at Search Engine Journal, have spent hours, you know, fixing bad grammar and spelling, and it's just not worth the time when we could be writing a post ourselves or editing several other posts in that time. If they don't have any interest or experience in your industry, it's not going to be a good idea. If they look fake, so a lot of companies create personas and then try to get content with their clients' links in articles on different websites. So one time I got a pitch letter from a guy that his LinkedIn photo looked too good to be true. Like, he looked too good looking to be in digital marketing almost. So I reverse Google image searched his photo, and it was actually an Irish actor's photo. So I knew it was a fake person. Basically, if it looks too good to be true, then it probably is. So if it looks too fake, if their website or social media just looks spammy or isn't really run right, that's a good sign to me that they're probably not going to contribute high quality content. On the flip side, you want to say yes if they look like a real person, you know, if they have a good social media presence, they pitch you applicable ideas. That's something that always makes my job easier. Even easier if they attach an article that is well written and doesn't contain any weird links. That's always a good thing. And then finally, if they seem interested in growing themselves and contributing to the industry and not just getting a link, then I'm going to give them a chance, maybe even if they don't have good applicable writing samples. If they can send me good ideas and other pieces of writing, and I know that they come across as genuine and just really want a chance, then I will probably approve them. And then finally, the last thing I wanted to talk about in terms of editorial management is providing motivation to those guest bloggers and regular contributors on your website. So you want to set deadlines or story assignments, which I know seems kind of weird for contributors that are contributing for free, but a lot of our writers at Search Engine Journal have told us we want to be assigned topics, we want to be assigned deadlines, because that helps keep us accountable and helps us write regularly, because we're going to, you know, work towards a deadline that someone else assigns us. So we try to get our new incoming writers to agree to a weekly or monthly post that's going to help them stay committed to writing for us. We also motivate writers with rewards. So we don't pay all of our writers, the majority aren't paid, but we do offer Amazon gift cards monthly to the top posts with the most views, unique page views, and the most social media shares. And so we give them Amazon gift cards, and it's also announced publicly in our monthly writers newsletter. So everybody else, all the other writers, know what was the popular articles and who wrote them. We also like to give thoughtful feedback. So if I have someone, I know they took their time to write an article and I write really thoughtful feedback, you know, hey, you know, a lot of your paragraphs need more examples, or it'd be really great to have an example here, or could you elaborate a little more on XYZ? Just taking the time to give really well-written feedback, that's going to reciprocate to you, because once writers know that you took the time to give feedback, then they're going to be good writers. And then finally, you want to build them up. So I like to add all of our writers on SEJ to my LinkedIn. I'll follow them on Twitter. I'll retweet their stuff. I'll share their other blog posts that aren't even on Search Engine Journal. or my other sites, other contributors. And that's just kind of growing that bond and showing that you care about them and you want them to do well. So to kind of wrap it up, key takeaways. So know when to hire editors and writers. Don't try to do it yourself if that's not where your passion is. Branding is just important as content. Think of your blog as a reflection of your content and think of it as a little business. Build a base of content before focusing on anything else. That's going to help you drive traffic and help you recruit really high quality contributors. Shape your editorial guidelines so everyone's on the same page, whether that's your editorial team, your audience, because we make our editorial guidelines public, and then your writers that are writing the content. And then finally, build engagement with writers. Make them more than just free content. Show them that you care and you appreciate that they're contributing to your website. And that's all I had. So thank you so much for your time. You can send me any questions. There's my email. I'm on Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat under Wonderwall7. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelsey, for a really insightful presentation. That's what's really close to what we do here at Digital Olympus as well. And so we have a couple of questions from our audience. So the first one is about designing, because you touch that pretty a lot. So what I believe, and that's like, do you recommend in the end of the day to hire a designer, or still there is a chance to somehow copy it by yourself with the use of tools like Canva or something like that?
So at StoryShout, I still do it myself with Canva is really good, or PicMonkey. But as your website grows, you're going to probably need somebody on your team, whether that's full-time or just freelance, because you're just going to have so much content going out that you need a professional look and feel for that. So I would say once you start getting, you know, I don't know, 20,000 and up unique page views, and it probably depends on the industry too, and your budget, then it's probably worthwhile to have someone help you.
Okay, so that's a question about, so you mentioned that, so even in any company, you can find around you people who are interested in contributing, writing content. But I think the main question that's, it's hard, so to encourage people to do that. Do you have any tips or kind of hacks to do that? Because the majority of people, they just want to do the scope of tasks that they have and not going beyond that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So what I did at the last company I worked full-time for is I would give them ideas, and that usually helps them, because a lot of times they'd feel overwhelmed. Like you said, it's kind of out of their job description or what they do normally. So I would say, hey, I would really appreciate, I know we talked at lunch the other day that a lot of people are asking about XYZ. Do you think you could just write, you know, a 500-word post about it? And if they still seem not sure, you could also try asking them if they could just record it on video or record it on audio, and then you could transcribe it. Maybe that would make it seem a little bit easier and less daunting. At Search Engine Journal, we use a transcription service called Rev. It's rev.com, and it's just $1 a word to get your audio transcribed. And so that'd be another good way to say, hey, maybe you don't want to sit down and write a blog post, but could you just record yourself talking about this topic for, you know, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, because that we can turn that into a blog post. If they're still not sure, even just asking them for an outline that maybe your content team could fill out, that'd be another good thing. And then at the very minimum, if you don't want to do that, we also have done interviews. So we'll send them interview questions that they can answer, or we'll say, do you have a quote about this topic? And that kind of takes the pressure even further less off them.
Thank you for sharing. That's a lot of options. So I believe like our listeners right now have a lot of ways to do that. I think that's, you know, like interviews, for instance, I think that's a really intelligent way, or like videos as well. If someone not familiar with writing or don't want to spend their time on doing that. So, and the very last question, it's about metrics to measure your content performance. So what kind of metrics do you recommend to use? Because I think besides besides, you know, setting up the process, you are also talking about measuring and setting up goals. So I think that's a part of this process.
Yeah, that's another good question. So, you know, everybody seems to look at page views, especially advertisers. But I think when you're doing an editorial strategy, you need to look at other metrics as well. So time spent on site is something that us at Search Engine Journal is trying to increase, because if the average user's time spent on site has increased, that shows that your content is of interest and they're taking the time to read a bunch of articles. Another thing that we look at is if there's code, and I don't know enough about coding to tell you how to do it, but our developer Vahan set a piece of code that tells us whether or not our audience scrolled to the very bottom of the post, so meaning that they read all of it. That's another thing that might show you, hey, are we keeping readers' interest all the way through the article? That's something that's good to look at too. And then finally, another thing that you want to look at in terms of page views is what your advertisers are looking for if you do have advertising on your website. So a lot of our advertisers at Search Engine Journal want a US-based audience. And so that's something we've focused on more. So instead of overall unique page views, we look at, okay, has our unique page views for the United States, has that increased? Because that's what our advertisers are looking for. Or if you're a company blog, maybe your target market is in the US. So look at page views and metrics by specific countries as well.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much for sharing. I believe the one about scrolling, that's what you can set up with the help of Google Tag Manager. So basically, you put some code, and so that's where you need a developer, and then you can tweak it inside of admin section inside Google Tag Manager because we have that code on our buttons on Digital Olympus, so we just hired the developer in order to set up, and then I can just change the rules, and so like see the performance on that. And so the results you will be observing in Google Analytics, what I believe.
Yep.
So yeah. So yeah, guys, so you can just Google about Google Tag Manager. That's what I recommend. Thank you very much, Kelsey. That was a really, really great presentation. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see you in our next editions. So if any other guys have questions, they can ask directly you on Twitter or just email you. So thank you very much and have a lovely day.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, right now we need to relaunch our application as far as we have a limited time for recording, and we run out of that time because that's a technical process. So see you in a couple of minutes, and use a new link that you've received a couple of around 20 minutes ago. That's the one that you need to in order to access a new session, or you can just simply go to our digitalolympus.net website, and there you can see an updated video. So see you soon in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much.